死んだは初めて俺に伝えている。
絶望の匂いだ。
面白いこと見せようか。ほら、こんなにガチンが多すぎて。
お父さん。
あかん。
ドナルド君はまだ死ぬ時じゃないでしょ。
アメリカ万歳。ファイト。
絶対負けないよ。
ランドズライドまで。
ゼロ。だってまだサンキュー言ってないでしょ。一回も言ってください。
おい、仲良くしてるね。この世界傷ついていけるかな。昔グレートだった大きにまたグレートになるかな。あのさ、有名人なら誰かのマンコ掴んでいいさ。そう言い放せるで。
What's going on, everyone? Welcome in to a very late and very gay Cobra Cast Unit 199. I am your host, Jeremy Prime, Mage IDOT of Unit 199. Happy to see all of you here today. And let me tell you, I just got done saying words that I didn't know were possible. Words that would get me banned from a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. I called this Windows update the worst words you could possibly say, and then some. You think Nick Fuentes says bad words? Let me tell you, I'm glad my microphone was muted. But either way, hi everyone. Good to see all of you here today. And yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Obviously, the big moment. President Trump is arriving right now in Alaska. Him and President Vladimir Putin meeting to discuss a potential peace within the within Russia and Ukraine. So we'll see. Jeremy sounds muffled. Do I really? Don't fucking tell me that. Don't fucking tell me that. Now I gotta listen. I sound fine. Is it the wrong? God damn it. It's probably the Windows update. You do? Fuck me. All right. Give me a minute. Hang on. Okay. How does that sound? Does that sound better? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is that better? Hopefully that's better. Chat once again. God damn. Slightly better, exact same, better, yes, no, fuck you, you're gay. How am I supposed to figure out if you guys are being honest with me? All right. But anyway, I will work on audio as the stream goes on. But I know you can at least hear me, so that's really the most important thing. But listen, man, this is going to be a big day. This is could be a historic day. This could be a historic day for President Trump, for the United States of America, based off his leadership and his leadership alone. To the point where even, you're going to be surprised by this, even Hillary Clinton openly admits that she would nominate President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he ends the war in Ukraine. Honestly, if he could bring about the end of this terrible war, if he could end it without putting Ukraine in a position where it had to concede its territory to the aggressor, could really stand up to Putin, something we haven't seen. Maybe it's time, but maybe this is the opportunity. If President Trump were to architect that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. What? This is crazy to hear that type of language from that evil witch, that evil witch. I don't believe her, by the way. I believe that she would probably spin it because I think that she understands that there's going to be some land involved with this. And she's probably going to throw Trump under the bus for that. That's essentially what it feels like to me. Okay, here we are. So from what I understand, and I apologize for being a little bit behind, thank you guys, John freaking Murdoch, Samsung, for those $50 super chats. Thank you guys so much. I do expect that this is going to be a huge stream. I think this is going to be a massive stream. So right now, the summit for Putin and Trump starts in about 30 minutes. We're not going, from what I understand, we're not going to see the summit between them. They're going to meet. President Trump has commented on this multiple times, but they're going to do a joint press conference after the fact, from what I understand. They're going to do a joint press conference. So we shall see how that all plays out. Now, Trump has said, and while I want to show you some of the clips of what Trump has said, I don't want to cut away from this. So we're going to leave it on this shot right here. Trump has said he's going to know within the first few minutes if this is even going to, go in the direction that he thinks is. He said, I'm going to know in the first few minutes if Putin is, basically effing around or if he's serious. So that will be, this is crazy. The stakes are huge. Trump has even said that on True Social, talking about like this is high stakes. Now, some people can say like, well, it's really not the United States' responsibility. And I do agree with that. Like in theory, it's really not the United States' responsibility. This is a Ukraine-Russia war that really has nothing to do with us. But this is one of the top campaign promises from President Trump in his presidential campaign. This is something he said repeatedly over and over and over and over again, that he was going to have this war ended in the first 24 hours. Now, obviously, that didn't happen. And it's proven to be a lot more challenging than even President Trump anticipated. But he is the president of peace. He's the president of peace. And so the reason that this has to do with, the United States is because President Trump has said that he wants to end this because he doesn't want people dying. And he does have a lot of clout right now. I think it was someone on Fox News the other day, but essentially said that President Trump is the most popular person in the world. He's the most powerful politician in the world. He's the most influential man on earth. And he is going to use all of that leverage to his advantage in this situation. All of it. From what I understand, Putin is the one that requested this meeting with President Trump in Alaska. So we shall see how it all plays out. John freaking Murdoch says it's not much, but here's a super chat to help you recover from being so late and gay. Hail Unit 199, Mod Lives Matter, Chat Lives Matter. Thank you so much, John freaking Murdoch. We got Sam Sung for 50. Says, don't worry about fixing anything, Jeremy. The garbage quality fits the whole vibe of the stream. This is my claim to fame on the internet. If you're watching CobraCast, lower your expectations to the point where you will not be disappointed. And if you in fact do that, if you lower your expectations, you're going to walk away being like, it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. Thank you, Sam. I freaking love you guys, man. It's so good. I would really, really, really like to find this clip since we're waiting on this. We don't know how long this is going to take. So let me see if I can find this clip really quickly. Right here. Okay. This is the clip I was talking about. If I knew how to fucking operate the internet, which I don't know how.
Is the best known, most powerful, and most popular person on the planet. And that's the subject of the riff. As Mr. Trump travels to Alaska to meet with Russia's Putin tomorrow Trump has the wind at his back. Make no mistake about this. Right now, Donald J. Trump, the most powerful head of state and political leader on the planet Earth. Even people that may not like him, if they have any brains at all, they should be willing to concede this point. In a little more than half a year, Mr. Trump at home has passed an enormous piece of legislation with pro-growth tax cuts, lowered business regulations, reopened the fossil fuel spigots, closed the border, launched a worst of the worst deportation program, refunded the defense budget. And with a master stroke, he's restoring debanking. All this, promises made, promises kept, but there's a lot more. Mr. Trump is completely reordering the broken world trading system with moderate tariff rates here at home and forcing lower tariffs abroad, with market openings for our businesses, including an ambitious plan to attract private direct investment and a sovereign wealth plan, using trade surpluses from our unfair competitors to help America onshore and rebuild new American factories in various strategic areas throughout the economy. Instead of a retaliation-based global trade war,
he's talked like this for years. It's just how he talks. It's his mannerisms. So he's a big Trump guy.
The deal maker in chief has, with only one or two exceptions, reordered world trade through peaceful agreements. But then his presence on the world stage even far outstrips his trade deal making. He obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities. He backed Israel to the hilt. He's creating an ever-widening Abraham Accord system in the Middle East, and he's brokered a number of smaller but still strategic peace deals around the world. One of his best peace deals is with NATO and the European Union, where he has come away with a 5% of GDP defense commitment, a massive trade deal, and the kind of friendly relations that a lot of folks never thought possible. Now he's going to sit down with Putin to hammer out a ceasefire in Ukraine and, who knows, maybe even a peace deal with Russia. But in typical Trump fashion, he has said out loud that if Putin is not serious, Putin, will suffer severe consequences. It's the same carrot and stick Mr. Trump has successfully used in so many other spheres. When the two of them sit down at the table in Anchorage, Alaska tomorrow, they will not sit as equals. This is a huge moment for Mr. Trump because the Russia-Ukraine war has, up to now, been his most vexing problem. But if Putin underestimates Trump, as so many politicians have, he will find himself and his country paying a very high cost. Not only is Trump the best known person on the planet, not only is he the most powerful person on the planet, he is, despite all of his critics, the most popular person on the planet. And the combination of those three elements is why, one way or another, he's going to succeed in solving this problem just as he has solved all the others. And
100%. I agree with everything he said right there. And so that's where we are right now. We are currently getting ready to witness all of this play out right before our very eyes. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, can't lower expectations since I never had any. We accept you for what you are, a hillbilly from LA. Thank you, John. I appreciate it, brother. We got Darth Manic says, when there's breaking news, I'm on Cobra Cast. LFG MAGA. Let's go. Thank you, Darth Manic. Appreciate you. Zenny Biscuit says, I want Putin fishing, hunting, riding. Roll that beautiful bear man footage. Thank you, Zenny Biscuit. Dr. Williams says, I don't think the U.S. should involve in so many foreign countries, but we also need to make sure our enemies don't gain too much control or influence. I agree. I agree with that. Before we went live, I saw you, Brock. Brock said, going to be so late, Gary and the rest of FNT panel will be on. Long Rod Von Huge Dong for 10 says, this is the latest and gayest you have been in a long time, my dude. Also, finally just got my Uncle IDOT shirt. Very happy with it. Hail the chat and the fig we are waiting on. You also says, okay, at least he has a reason to be late and gay. Instead, still think we deserve Sweeney for the wait, though. You know, that's not a bad request. That's not a bad request. I respect that request. I do. Eric K says, to be honest, this is more entertaining than having Jeremy talking. At least we do not have to hear him. Darth Gavel says, Gary would never be this gay. Jay Osteen for $1. Nico for 20 says, as someone who has been following the situation and being near Russia, I support Trump's instincts, but the U.S. caused the Ukraine crisis and it's too far gone. Russia will not concede, but dialogue between superpowers is good. I mean, this is as big of the stakes as you could find. Like, this is insane. And I am fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by how President Trump is going to handle this, what the language is going to be like, especially when they do the joint press conference. This is must-see TV right here. All right. Ladybug says, you're still our favorite gay, Jeremy. Thank you, Ladybug. Logan Miller with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Logan Miller. Phil says, Unit 199 reporting for duty. Thank you, sir. Lapco says, Mike sounds 38% gayer. Dio Brando says, peace in the Middle Eastern Europe. VJ says, Jeremy, look up Shiro AI has a bunch of Trump anime intros. Noted. Thank you. Philip Johnson says, hey, Mr. Cobra, can I get a 199 combo with a large Coke? Is that how bad my microphone sounds? Well, we'll see. I don't know if I can fix it or not. I'll keep working on it. Let's see what they're saying here. Nothing here. Okay, let's just turn the audio on. I'm going to see if I can fix my microphone. Okay, how does that sound? You probably can't even hear me. Test. Does it sound any better?
Excuse me?
All right. Testing. Test. It was fine before. You know what? I can't tell if people are trolling me or not. I've been out of town for like a week. I come home to like driver updates, window updates, camera updates. It was ridiculous. It sounded better, and now it sounds better, and now the stream sucks. Oh God, I love it. These freaking people are just gonna troll me. You know, like whenever I die, whenever that is, which at this point could be next week for all I know, but people are just not even going to accept it. They're just going to troll me still, which I wouldn't have it any other way, by the way. I would not have it any other way. Golden Nugget says, I don't think you're gay, Jeremy. More like homo adjacent. Alina is mid. Stop it. McCock says Jeremy doesn't read my comments or supers anymore because I give my money to anime women, and Jay now very Beyonce fan behavior of you, Jeremy. Unless you talk directly into the mic, audio is barely audible. Good Lord. Ryan Kennels Bodacious says, hey, Jeremy. Good Lord. Eric K says, Jeremy, do you think we bought Alaska for Jeremy, do you think we bought Alaska from Russia for 1867 for 7.2 million to pay off the help that they gave us for blocking ports to the Civil War? I don't know why the fuck we bought it. Wasn't alive in 1867. So I mean, I can get up here and be on the internet and pretend that I know what was going on long before I was alive, but I don't know. And the history books only tell us what they want us to know, not what really happened. So I don't believe most of the propaganda that I was taught in school anyway. I did for a long time believe that the propaganda I was taught in school was like the truth. And then I was like, wait a minute. Everything that these motherfuckers tell me right now is a lie. I live in a world where they shut the fucking world down over the flu. And they told me that the flu was called COVID. And they told me that I had to social distance and I had to stay away from my family or we were all going to die. Yet the elites didn't have to do that. And I just realized, like, I've been lied to my entire fucking life from these people. Nico says, wish you could see Russia now, Jeremy. They are not communist anymore. They are a Christian Orthodox country. You don't have to like them, but they aren't your enemies, not even China. Be diplomatic. Well, I mean, I don't hate Russia. And in fact, the more that I'm told that I'm supposed to hate Russia by the mainstream media, the less that I think Russia is bad. I mean, I don't know. I've never been, never going to go. But I'm constantly told by the mainstream media and the left that Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia evil, Russia this, Russia that. But those same people say that I can't say the Chinese virus because it's mean. And you can't be mean towards a people or an area in the country, yet we're all told that Russia bad by the same people that tell us that, you know, attacking people because where they're from or attacking a country because of who they are is so toxic. It's like, but you attack Russia constantly. You blame everything on Russia constantly. It's a wild scenario how that works out. All right, let's hear what RSBN is saying.
A week for the first time in years to better serve the American people. And this is post COVID that took place in 2020 and 2021. Social Security has made vast technology improvements. Americans now have 24/7, 365 access to their online accounts by reducing the long-standing scheduled outcome time of 29 hours per week to 0, enabling over 280,000 more customers to access their online accounts in the first 2 weeks alone.
Okay, so they're grifting, which I appreciate. Okay. Let me see. So let me get up on Twitter because Twitter has been pretty crazy with fuck. I was muted. All right, I'm back. I think. Am I muted or not? I don't even know, man. What? Who cares, right? I mean, most of you would prefer if I was muted anyway at this point. So okay, so just in, President Trump will now be joined by Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff for his meeting with Vladimir Putin per White House pool, bringing out the big guns. All right. So this is a huge moment. Huge moment. Dan Vass says you've been muted the whole stream, man. Sorry. Dan, can you try to get Culture Crave to unblock me on Twitter? If you could get Culture Crave to unblock me on Twitter, I'd really appreciate it, man. That'd make my day. It'd make my day if you could do that. Baked Ewok says D-Day Cobra is better than Fox News. I don't know if that's a compliment, but I'm going to take it as one. And Discussing Film. I'd like to get Discussing Film to unblock me as well. Would really appreciate that. Right here, just in, Vladimir Putin has brought possibly hundreds of business leaders from Russia who want to capitalize on peace with Ukraine and to potentially strengthen economic ties with the U.S. Absolutely promising sign. They might be interested in the Trump economy. This is wild, man. This is huge. Wow. This is a big day. Huge day. Huge. See what any other updates are. Let's hear what are they still grifting, which I have no problem.
Federal forces securing.
All right, they're not grifting, but David Phillips for 20 says, Jeremy, the Russian delegation arrived in Alaska yesterday. One of the main Russian delegates was wearing a t-shirt, CCCP, harkening back to the Soviet Union. I'll bet $1,000 that Putin leaves it because President Trump says, go fuck yourself. You think so? Does that mean you're going to drop $1,000 worth of super chats? I'm just saying, I'm asking. You don't have to. I'm just trying to get clarification, David. This is exciting, though. I'm very excited to see how this goes today. Nico says, also, do you in the chat know that the USA specifically, as it Nolan, Obama, and Hillary fostered and supported a literal neo-Nazi government in Ukraine? To all of you, I suggest a channel called, is it Maripol by a kid over there. Noted, Nico. Well, thank you so much. Dark Matter for 10 says, brain muted. Thank you. Ryan Miller says, I hope that President Trump is successful at this, and the media and the Democrats and the rhinos are going to have a meltdown if this works out for him. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. J Mart says, Trump invites Russia into NATO with a question mark. Vlad says, did someone say steak? Da Vinci says, haven't caught a live stream in months due to work. 1 hour before the next job. Thank you for the VODs and being our proud gay MAGA creator. Lapco says, I think you used the wrong settings tab. You want the one with gain in reverb, not gay and retard. Jeremy's Trump body pillow says, I hear it gets cold in Alaska. I'm sure I can find a way to keep you warm. Taker says, migration be like me. I'll adopt a cat. Shelter, how about 100 cats? Me, no, I don't want 100 cats. Shelter, what? Do you hate cats? That's how it goes. Superfly, Will says, what's up, everyone? Another dose of CobraCast is always my go-to, along with Geeks and Gamers Daily. Love it. Best wishes from England, UK, and keep it up, Jeremy. You're all doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. McFly says, who's the GOAT of YouTube? In my opinion, I think that it's PewDiePie. I think PewDiePie is the GOAT of YouTube for several different reasons. Obviously, just on the content side and the fact that he was the first that kind of really outshined all of the mainstream. The fact that the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, one or the other, they attacked him as a Nazi and tried to take him down at 50 million subs. He only doubled his sub count after that. The fact that he did everything he did, never got caught up in any influencer drama, stayed with, the woman that he started out with and now has a family. I don't think anybody has done it better than PewDiePie. I don't think anybody has better, will ever do it better than PewDiePie. The amount of pressure that he was under being the number one creator in the world, and he never fell into any of the BS, never got into drugs or partying, none of that. Stayed true to himself. I don't think there's anybody better than PewDiePie. Jeremy's black girlfriend for $10 says, I love Trump. Philip says, Ukraine was Russia for 260 years prior to 1917. Orange Gigant says, swig of water for the hardest working gay man on YouTube. McFly got that one. Jim says, Jeremy's excited today, but he's almost there. He's almost there, guys. Matt Perkins says, Jer, were you an NWO or WWF guy during the Monday Night Wars? NWO for life. Well, I was I watched both, but until Stone Cold Steve Austin really elevated, I was watching Nitro more than Raw because the NWO was amazing. And the dynamic between Hogan and Sting dropping down from the rafters, the NWO was just unbelievably fascinating. But then the rise of Stone Cold Steve Austin, you couldn't turn away from Monday Night Raw when Stone Cold Steve Austin was going after Vince McMahon. I mean, that was just absolutely insane.
Russia has always taken advantage of moving in on former Soviet territory or former Russian territory prior to the Ukraine being an independent nation and other nations throughout Eastern Europe prior to the existence of the Soviet Union and before the Bolshevik Revolution. So there's that history there, that apparatus for you. And as President Trump has said, President Putin on the phone has reassured him on many occasions, I want peace, but then he'll strike with the drones and missiles, and they'll hit nursing homes, they'll hit schools, they'll hit non-military installations and outlets. There's some F-15s there, I believe, flying over that airspace, which is a regular sight there.
So again, if you're just tuning in, we had just got an update that Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff will be joining President Trump in his meeting with Vladimir Putin. So that is that's a pretty big shift right there for sure. And this summit is supposed to start in the next 7 minutes with Trump and Putin. We've got this live shot right here. We'll keep it on that. Summit's scheduled to start in the next 7 minutes. And then after that, hopefully, we're going to be getting this joint press conference. Marco Rubio continuing to elevate himself, Marco Rubio has absolutely been a huge, huge positive for this administration. I never imagined I would be saying that. But yeah, here we are. Marco Rubio, one of the standouts. Crazy. While en route to the summit in Alaska from Trump Force One, President Trump was tweeting out, Jasmine Crockett is the future of the Democratic Party. Oh man, he does not miss an opportunity to roast these Democrats. So oh gosh, it's so good. So good. And of course, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. That's exactly what you want to see. Let her be the face. Let her be the person that the Democratic Party turns to. I'm fine with that. Nico says also, Sergei, I don't know how to say his name, but the Russian foreign minister wore a CCCP t-shirt in American soil, and I never thought I'd see him trolling. I wish the bilateral relations between Russia and the U.S. improve. Thank you. And Lord Slug says, I don't know. I don't trust the Russian government since it has been corrupted since the Soviet days, and especially Putin for being a former KGB agent. I would avoid them like the plague. Well, I mean, look, man, President Trump's not going to put himself in a situation that he can't control or get himself out of. So I understand your point for sure. But I trust President Trump. David Phillips for 20 says Ukraine launched the largest attack on Russia with drones happened this morning. Yeah, Trump talked about like Russia going after them last night, and then I guess Ukraine responding. I heard Trump talking about that a little bit. Jeremy's black girlfriend says, I'm Jasmine Crockett. Give me money. Delicious, was it? I don't know how to say it. I'm looking at it now. War, so D-War, I'll just say that. But I think Putin is serious. How many subs do you think he lost because of the earthquake a few weeks ago? Also, Putin wants Alaska back. If he tries, it's going to be Red Dawn on steroids. Also, just call me War or Grand Potato. It's hard to believe that those two are only a few miles away. Your Grand Potato? Okay. Also, we bought Alaska with Russia's own gold. All right, so your Grand Potato, I got you. All right, what is this update here? What do we do? That is this Vladimir Putin's plane right here or not? What's up, Adrian Curry? Hail to you. So is this Putin's plane? Okay. Pretty fucking loud. Okay, so interesting indeed. CCCP is USSR and pronounced SSSR, says Zenny Biscuit. Trump Force One is much bigger, that's for sure. How's the audio? Is that a little too loud? I just wanted everybody to hear it because it does kind of add to the moment. But is the audio okay? You want me to bump it down, bump it up? JV username says, I took your booze and jerk off advice and gave it a week ago and got mixed results. My wife won't let me go to any of our kids' school events anymore. But the plus side is I don't have to go to any of my kids' school events. I chalk it up to a win. Hell of a one night. This is why new people, when they tune into these streams, they're going, what the fuck is going on? What are the people saying? So I was talking to Krista about this the other day. She was talking about watching a random gaming stream. And she was like, I like this stream. They do a good job. But she goes, sometimes they just get a little long winded. And it's just like, and people, she goes, I turned the stream off, went and did something, came back, and the guy that's on the panel stream is still talking. I'm going, yeah, the difference in a G&G stream is like if somebody on one of my streams starts talking for too long, I'm just going, will you shut the fuck up? Like, just make your point and move on. Like, good Lord, you don't have to take 10 minutes to make your point. And I was like, yeah, and we're calling each other like, gay, and Mike's talking about threatening to shit his pants. Like, Geeks and Gamer streams are weird, dude. They are weird. For the uninitiated, they are. Thank you, JB user. So if you're just tuning in, Vladimir Putin's plane has just pulled up to the Alaska summit. I don't know if President Trump has left Trump Force One yet. I don't know. But I don't think he has. So we're waiting for both of these world leaders to appear together. They're going to have a discussion. Marco Rubio will be present in the discussion with President Trump. And then after they have a private talk, they are supposed to go live and have a joint press conference. The expectations are that Trump is going to try to get peace within Ukraine and Russia and end this war. President Trump has tried to temper some of those expectations, basically saying that this is an introductory meeting. Doors just opened on Putin's plane. So Trump has not stepped off of Trump Force One yet either. Rob Keith says, here you go, buy a new mic for $20. Thank you, Rob Keith. It's probably the Windows updates got me all messed up. So I'll work on it for sure. As long as you guys can halfway hear me, I guess that's good. Joey, thank you for the gifted membership and for the member message. Thank you. Jimmy says, no scenario where this goes well for Trump. Dems will say he capitulated even if he achieves the peace, or they'll call him incompetent if it goes bad today. I think there's huge upside for President Trump. I think there's huge upside. I think Trump has all of the power. I think he has all. Everything is in Trump's favor right now. He is the alpha of alphas. He has everything from a negotiation standpoint on his side. I think Trump is in very good shape. Very good shape. Let me unmute this. I do feel that there is some gamesmanship going on right now. Who does leave the plane first? Like, optics are important right here. And everybody is going to break down all of these things. Who's going to leave the plane first? And I think that Putin will leave the plane first. I don't think Trump's going to leave the plane first. Although at the same time, yeah, someone says Trump leaves first. Listen, there is an argument to be made that Trump walking out first shows strength and confidence. I think Putin leaves the plane first, though. Trump is the host. Well, since it's in the United States of America, you could say that, but Putin, from what I understand, Putin is the one that requested the meeting. But since it's in the United States of America, you could make the argument that Trump is the host. There he is. Trump first. Trump first. I was wrong. Okay, they clearly had this timed. They clearly had this worked out. There's no way that that's just a coincidence. This is like the best television show on planet Earth right now. This is crazy. I love this so much. Making him walk to him. Trump's already showing to be the alpha. Yep. This kind of looks like dad bringing his son to work. Trump walking around with his son.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your words?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Go around there on this. Come on, guys.
Henry is very upset. Says, "Are you seriously cheering this on and watching this? Who even are you? What an L." Not only am I cheering this on and watching this, I'm going to make a lot of fucking money today. And you're going to cry every time a super chat comes in. So I am going to use you to make even more money from this. And there's not a fucking thing you can do about it except cry those little bitty beta tears. Oh, more money coming in for me, Henry. Henry, you fucked up, buddy. Henry, You fucked up. Oof. That backfired, Henry. That backfired a little bit, buddy. Just a little bit. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate it. So we have, I can't stop looking at the chat. Trump riding around with his son. We didn't know he had another son, but so Trump's son looks very, very happy to go to work with Dad Day.
Stays up for now.
So right now, Trump and Vladimir Putin are going to have a private meeting. Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff are going to be there with President Trump. I don't know who's going to be there for Russia with Putin. Then they're going to have a joint press conference to talk about it. That's going to be fascinating to witness. My goodness, the amount of super chats that are coming in just to roast that guy that was like, again, if you don't like me, don't talk bad about me in my chat because it will not go. You're only going to make me more money. Like, if you don't like me, I suggest just don't watch. But if you come into this chat and complain about me, I'm going to monetize it if I see it.
President Trump and President Putin. But in the meantime, more questions at kalshi.com/RSBN, our great sponsor here at the network. Will President Trump say at the press conference following the Trump-Putin meeting? Will it involve Zelensky, NATO, going nuclear or not?
Or your next Switch 2 purchase. We are witnessing a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen. We are witnessing a historic moment with President Trump and Vladimir Putin meeting in Alaska. President Trump, the peace president, and this is such a big moment. Now, again, I just want to be clear. I don't trust this, but this is such a big moment that even the demon known as Hillary Clinton has commented on this and said that if Trump pulls this off, she will nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. It's right here. It's right here.
Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
We are on the precipice of a meeting between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska. Drawing on your experience as Secretary of State, if you were en route to Alaska, what would you be looking to get? What does an acceptable deal look like?
He is not meeting with a friend. He is meeting with an adversary, and an adversary who wants to see the destruction of the United States and the Western alliance. But if he could bring about the end to this terrible war where Putin is the aggressor, invading a neighbor country, trying to change the borders, if he could end it without putting Ukraine in a position where it had to concede its territory to the aggressor, had to, in a way, validate Putin's vision of greater Russia, but instead could really stand up to Putin to make it clear there must be a ceasefire, there will be no exchange of territory, and that over a period of time, Putin should be actually withdrawing from the territory he seized in order to demonstrate good faith efforts, let us say, not to threaten European security. If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
There is no way that she is genuine in that. There's no way that she's genuine, man. I don't believe that at all. But that is how big this moment is right now. This is a huge moment. And thank you, Usage. I think during this tense and momentous occasion, we ought to pause and take a moment to remember Roblox is a groom your children, and not statistically speaking, at least one child is being groomed on Roblox at this time. I don't really know what much about Roblox, but again, I take the same argument. I've heard the complaints about Roblox lately, and I take the same argument about Roblox as I do about TikTok or anything else. Roblox is not the problem. TikTok is not the problem. Bad parenting is the problem. And you're not going to cure the problem of bad parenting by banning a video game or an app. That doesn't solve the problem of bad parenting. Bad parenting is the problem, not Roblox, not TikTok. So as long as bad parents are there, it doesn't matter if you ban this. So essentially what you do by banning things or targeting things is you're essentially opening up everyone else to be scrutinized by the government coming in and banning something in the name of protecting children, when we all know the government doesn't give a shit about children, and they've proven that time and time again. So the narrative of like, we have to ban Roblox, all that does is means they're going to ban the next thing that is pushing a Christian message that the government doesn't like. Because that's the point of them banning anything is not to protect kids, and it's not for your benefit. It's them to set up to ban the things that they really don't want. So that's ultimately my stance on it anyway. That's always been my stance. I'm not for banning of anything, especially giving the government more power and more authority to ban. But that's just my take. Samsung, like, you guys are insane. If you can ban something, you can ban anything, says Joseph. I agree completely. Samsung says, yeah, Jeremy, we're all disappointed in you. How shameful. The amount of super chats that came in from that one guy is crazy. All because he had to come in here and complain. John freaking Murdoch. Henry, you're a legend around here, though. That's for sure. People really liked you so much they sent you a lot of money, or at least a lot of money with a lot of super chats directed at you, but will ultimately go to me. Thank you so much. If you're just tuning in, we just had this meeting, this historic meeting of President Trump and Vladimir Putin in Alaska at the summit. They are currently now en route to wherever their meeting is going to be. I believe it's at a Air Force base, maybe. So now they are meeting privately, having a discussion. We don't know how long that discussion is going to last, but after their private discussion, which will ultimately, hopefully anyway, lead to a peace deal, then they're going to have a joint press conference. Then we'll go there. Zero says, I don't like Jeremy, but I hate the other guy. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You don't have to like me as long as you hate someone else more. I'm okay with that. Now, again, if you're just tuning in, this is not take your son to work day. This is actually President Trump with the president of Russia. This is not take your son to work day. Everyone thinks like, does Trump have a Russian son? No, this is not his Russian son. This is actually the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. So there we have it. So this is moments ago. Dan Vasquez, who even are you? Let's see. Nikki Noel says the president of peace grift away, Jeremy. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much. Dr. Daisuke, holy crap. I'm high, so I wasn't listening, but here's some Donkey Kong money. That is some money right there. I don't know how much that translates to, but that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Dr. Daisuke, for a lot of money. Maybe $1 billion. It might be $1 billion. It's more than Dan Vask sends, okay? That's all I know. It's more than Dan Vask sends. It's not a proper 199. Diane says, Henry, when do you begin your motivational speaking tour? You need to do work on reading the room. Bam. Agreed. Dr. Phillips says, hi, Jeremy, for the grift. For the grift. $156. There it is. That was $156 from Dr. Daisuke. You know what? We're just going to accept it as a proper 199. We're going to accept it as a proper 199. There you go. All right. We're just going to call it a proper 199. Sydney Sweeney's happy. Okay. We're all happy. So there you have it. Okay. All right. Let's see what they're saying right now. Nothing. No audio at all. Now, I did see this earlier. Oh my God, where did it go? Where did it go? We got President Trump's schedule for today, which is absolutely crazy if I can find it. Go back through my bookmarks here and see where it's at. Trump's not going to, yeah, here it is right here. So President Trump won't arrive back to the White House from his Alaska meeting with Putin until nearly 5 a.m. tomorrow. Very long day for him. He really cares about getting peace done. So Trump is going to not arrive back at the White House until around 5 a.m. The peace president, the greatest president of all time. That is who we are dealing with right here. You love to freaking see it. Man never stops working. Never. Right here, this was earlier. Brett Baer talking to President Trump. Here it is.
In the office with President Trump on Air Force One, heading in. What's your initial feeling? How are you feeling about what you're going to get out of this?
I think we're going to do very well. Our country is doing very well. We're setting records economically like we never have before, including the stock markets are all at a record high. We're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars with tariffs. We're going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska, and I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
In the office with President Trump on.
So Trump, again, he will absolutely walk if he has to. And he's made that clear. He's made that clear in several interviews that if he doesn't like what he hears in the opening moments of this meeting, he will walk. So we'll see. We will see what happens very soon. Exciting times. Exciting times. Let's go back to the loop right here of when they were leaving their respective planes. Kate Banfield says, hells yeah, we are watching this. Thank you, Kate. And again, thank you, Dr. Daisuke. Jacob GB says, Henry, it's time for peace. There's no reason to get upset. Exactly. Exactly. Matthew says, plot twist, Jeremy is Henry. Well played, sir. You know, I've had so many people like legitimately, they're like, Jeremy, when you have those haters in your chat, is that you like trolling? I'm like, I swear on the next Christopher Nolan movie, it's not me. All right. I've never done that. I withhold the right to want. Oh shit. What is this? What is this? Is this now? All right, boys, we got breaking news. Here we go. Whoa, they're kicking him out. They're kicking him out.
The American media clearly has questions, as we all do, regarding this very historic meeting today between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And then you saw there that it was Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, along with other American diplomats and the team ready to discuss with Vladimir Putin and his team as well, including the individual who was gifted with a red button from Hillary Clinton way back.
Let's go back to that. Let's go back.
And President Putin.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you very much.
Come on, guys. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Why is your President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, Brad. 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 Thank you, Brad.
Everybody get out of the room.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Honestly, that is an embarrassing that's embarrassing for the media. Absolutely embarrassing. The media they're such garbage, dude. That was pathetic. That was pathetic. Phil says to piss off Henry. Look at that, Henry. You're still making me money, brother. Still making me money. Cry Henry. My God, there were so many. That was a lot of super chats when that happened. But no, I don't make those alt accounts. But I reserve the right to, if I ever get desperate enough, yes, I reserve the right to, maybe I will do that one day. But luckily, I don't have to at this point in time. So, Robert Broker says, money to make Henry cry, beta soy boy tears. The argument I've always made about it is that if you have people that hate you, you're doing something correct. All right. And as long as I have people that hate me, I'm doing something correct, because I didn't have people that hated me when I wasn't successful on YouTube. No one hated me because no one knew who I was. No one cared. So it's a good sign when you have people that don't like you. Big Z says, cry more for $10. Matthew says, Rocket Man leaving first 10,000 to 1. That was a little bit earlier when we were figuring out. Jeffrey Hill says, I'm glad the media got kicked out. Oh, by the way, keep crying, Henry. Look at that, Henry. They're still talking about you, buddy. Henry's tampon phone. Henry doesn't want peace. Got it. Yeah, I mean, it really is like, that is ultimately these people that have TDS, that have Trump derangement syndrome. They're in a real tough position right now, because they've called Trump a warmonger, Hitler, a dictator, whatever. And if Trump actually pulls this off, it really, really hurts their argument. And they don't want that, because they don't really want peace. They don't really want good things to happen. They just want their self-fulfilling prophecy to continue. And they need their illusion out there in order to have that self-fulfilling prophecy. That's really what this comes down to. These people are broken. They have been lied to by so many people. They are in social circles that they are not allowed to have opinions. And that's going to continue, man. And I don't believe for 1 second that Hillary Clinton is genuine in what she said. Not even close. Not even close. CC says, poor Henry for $10. The Cryptic Stench says, cry harder, Henry. Lamau, hail fig. Thank you. Eddie says, a hanky for Henry for $10. Interstellar Overdrive says, I wasn't planning on this, but then I saw what Henry had to say. So take my money and Henry can go F himself. This was moments ago. We have no audio on this. I have no audio. Thank you, Interstellar Overdrive, for the $10. Thank you so much. Phantasmus Knox says, hi, Henry. Heard you effed up bad. Ladybug says, oh no, how will Jeremy overcome the haters? It's so tough. Shadow Unit 199 for 10 says, oh, silly Henry. Mac Jerry says, again, I have no audio right now on this clip. So if you're curious, Mac Jerry says, been watching your videos since 2015, at least, and I have come to the conclusion. Nope, I don't like Jeremy. Just joking. You're a solid 4 out of a billion. A solid 4 is not bad. I'll take that. That's a huge compliment. Thank you, Mac Jerry. Nico says, my advice to President Trump is that he doesn't reach a deal, is to just walk away from Ukraine and make bilateral deals with Russian businesses. His mistake was not doing it in January. Fight the neocons. Nitrous Grin says, Jeremy, you're lucky to have a president who cares about America. We are very lucky, and we did have a president for 4 years that did not care about America. Jeffrey Hill says, I'm glad the media got kicked out. Oh, you got that one. Thank you so much. David Phillips says, Jeremy's alt account. Go F yourself, Henry. Also, Jay is the best of us for $20. We all love Jay. Superfly Will says, this is to help soothe Henry's balloon knot. David Phillips says, the Russian guy with the horse face and glasses is the guy that got the easy button from Hillary. So thank you for the 20. This is where the joint meeting will happen right here.
No, NBC has 2 cameras.
I don't know anything about NBC.
I have
Their transmission point. I know that. That's NBC.
I know. I have this feeling that we should put you on here,
so that you can move, right?
So that you can move if we get called. We need to put the second NBC camera on the cuts with you, so if you get cold, they have the shot. I'll let you.
Okay,
work
I will
with
work on that. I will work on that.
You and
Yeah.
Rachel.
I kind of want to see if somebody says a gamer word.
Let me know before you get too far set up. So,
Dang it. We had a hot mic moment. I was hoping to hear something. I wanted somebody to like say the N word or something like that. That would have been great. Oh, there we go. We lost it. I have no audio right now. So this is just a clip from earlier. So let's see. We got that one. Got that one. Jeremy's black girlfriend says, reminds me of waiting for Jeremy at the Dairy Queen. You know, I can't deal with lines, baby. Just give me a blizzard with your tongue and drop me off. Jesus. Udite says nobody wants hot war, Cold War, or trade war. But if that T-shirt signals the start of a meme war, I'm all about it. Snake pit on the front lines, LFG. Udite says YouTube censors the Chinese party's name. Shaking my head. Oh yeah, we got that one earlier. Got that one earlier. Let's see. Nico says, again, my Vice President Trump, if he doesn't reach a deal, is to just walk away from Ukraine and make bilateral deals with Russian businesses. Let me see. All right. So hello, everyone. If you're just tuning in, I know I have to keep repeating myself, but I know we have more people tuning in because you're seeing this story out there. So President Trump and Vladimir Putin are currently meeting right now, having a private meeting together to discuss potential peace options for the Ukraine and Russia war. We're seeing a little highlights of their interaction. And then they're supposedly going to have a joint press conference. And I feel like President Trump has all the cards. I think Trump has all the cards. And I think that he is one of the most brilliant negotiators we have ever seen. And when he has all the cards and he is the greatest negotiator, you know, I mean, that you kind of just, you know, you kind of make your own assumption about what's going to happen. Is Fish Titty here? Is Fish Titty here? We can only hope that Fish Titty is in the chat. Eric K says Zelensky should fly in on a plane 2 times the size of both music and laser light show painted bought by USA money. It would be funny if Zelensky showed up in like a VW bug or something, you know? So, you know, you got Trump and Putin showing up in their badass planes, and then Zelensky comes pulling up in like a VW bug or a Mazda Miata. A Mazda Miata would be perfect for Zelensky. I think that would be perfect. A Mazda Miata, like a candy apple red Mazda Miata for Zelensky. That'd be perfect. Zinny Biscuit says, yes, Burgundy tie. Called it. Yeah, I can't hear anything they're saying. There's no audio on this, which sucks. But this is just a replay from earlier. Nothing. And then they kick everybody out. Superfly Will says, ladies and gentlemen, the Big Don for 2. Thank you so much. Dark Matter says, money to make little baby beta tears. Hell yeah. Is that audio I'm hearing? Yeah, I am hearing audio, but I don't know what it's from. Detective Sherlock Mazza says, Jeremy is the greatest detective next to me. Of course, the impeccable Detective Sherlock Mazza. Verani says, here's Henry's entire savings account for $10. Thank you. Fun with Collecting says, Henry the 1/8 I am. Vlad the Man says, Jeremy, you're lucky to have friends like us when you're being bullied. Otherwise, you would be stuck working retail. I'm the first to know that one. If I didn't have the people in the chat, I would I'd be working retail, getting screamed at by some fucking overweight freaking black woman who's mad because she can't, buy stuff on her food stamps. That's exactly what it is being in retail, by the way. If you want to know what it's like working in retail, just imagine yourself being yelled at by an overweight black woman with about 7 kids running around, mad because she can't get, alcohol on her food stamps. That's what retail is. It's 100% all it is. What you mean? What you mean I can't get this? What shit? What you mean I can't get this? I mean, I'm gonna make the rules, ma'am. That's pretty much what it is. It sucks. Unite says, I disagree. Trump's son is much taller than Putin. Beastie Man says, cry more, Henry. Bob says, to cheer on peace for $2. Yellow Flesh says, hail King Trump. Let's make him king. King Trump. Well, on that note, I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday, okay? I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday, but Gavin Newsom got really triggered, okay? Gavin Newsom got really upset because someone sent him a Trump 2028 hat. He got really upset about it. Here it is right here. This was yesterday. Gavin Newsom.
About the fact that we're affirming our independent commission, and we're calling for a national independent commission as well. Well, I think it's pretty sick and pathetic. And it just said everything you need to know, the setting that we're under. That they chose the time, manner, and place to send their district director outside right when we're about to have this press conference. Said everything you know about Donald Trump's America. And that was top down. You know that for a fact. They'll deny it, I'm sure. Maybe they won't deny it. Said everything you know about the authoritarian tendencies of the President of the United States. I said in a moment ago, wake up, America, wake up. You will not have a country if he rigs this election. You will have a president who will be running for a 3rd term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around. The rules do not apply to him. The most corrupt president in history. Doesn't believe in free enterprise, crony capitalism. He is wrecking this country, wrecking the economy. It's a lawless president. Wake up, America. Wake up to what's going on.
And of course, MAGA memers, okay? MAGA memers have absolutely destroyed Newsom over this, okay? Right here. Let me find it. Newscomb right here. Here it is. All right.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around.
Right here.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat.
Oh man, you love it. You love it. So, yeah, his ability to break the brains of these people is amazing. It really is, and it's the most entertaining thing on the internet right now, and it's not even close. Good old President Trump, the king troll in chief. So this is a shot of them right now sitting together. We don't have video of this right now. So they're having their private meeting. And we are currently waiting for them to have their joint press conference. And Jeanette says, tissue's fun for the crying guy. Thank you so much. Shorty Short says, cry harder, Henry. Blue Man Blue says, suck it, Hank. Force Geek says, here's some money for Henry. Darth Gavel says, the Henry may cry harder. Paul A says, Henry sounds like a tran and then a knee. Probably is. James OP says, God bless President Trump. Gearmaster says, for Henry's pussy, so it doesn't hurt so much. Detective Sherlock Mazza says, Henry, try fying your balls, bruh. Peter says, hail 199 and F you, Henry. Love you, Jeremy. Nate says, had to go after Henry. Lol, hail the 199 MAGA. Retro Knight says, love your coverage. At least Trump tries to make peace. Dems just want to burn money. Maxwell PT says, Henry definitely gobbles the you-know-what. Schrodinger's chat says, for Henry's bottom surgery. Fentanyl Floyd says, I want to turn, let's see, Henry's wife, but he's probably gay. Soundwave Superior says, for your next Switch 2 purchase. Agent M says, for softcore Henry. Chief Luke says, imagine being so indoctrinated that you're against possible talks for peace agreement because you're a fool like Henry. Sad reality of where a lot of these people are. Sad reality. Blacktop says, yo, he probably didn't think Jeremy reads the chat. This is true. This is true. Brian Young says, Henry is a bish. The Mass Marvel says, Henry with 2 Y's. Noob Dad says, for Henry, that's all. Sean Living Life says, sending this for the whiny bundle of sticks who can't stand you playing this meeting. Dark Manic says, Hillary Clinton, I would. Dark Matter says, how much do you think the Hildebeest pays Uma to eat that roast beef? Darth Gabble says, make your only Henry account today for premium gay corn. Orange Gigantin says, my D-Day tariff, suck it, Henry. VJ says, Henry will be as mid as Jeremy Prime. Okay, so this is where we're waiting. We are waiting right here. Pursuing peace is the backdrop. Pursuing peace. Too Tired says, just renewed my tags for my car. Little kid sat next to me there and chatted with me about the Nintendo Switch 2. Cutest kid ever. A future Jeremy. Sounds like a cool kid. Ryan Miller says, the media is in desperation mode right now. And what we just saw at the summit was absolutely pathetic. And this is only the beginning. Accident Seller says, Trump had the B-2 Spirit bomber with the fighter escort do a pass straight over Putin's head as they walked the red carpet. What a power move. You noticed? I vaguely noticed that. I'd have to watch the replay, though. But Trump is all about optics. And let's see. Wackame says, I don't make those alt accounts, so they are alt accounts. Busted. Yeah, of course. Modest Rat says, that's my effing president. Biden was the worst. Venom Kaitsu says, will Trump ever pardon you for being gay? Jeremy's alt account says, F you, Henry. Sounds like a homosexual. Gerald Armstrong says, Trump doesn't need a deal today. He just needs to smooth relations over. Chaircatcher says, for Henry's transition back to male. Heisman says, Jeremy, over 2 years, I have enjoyed watching your videos and Geeks Gamers Lives videos for years. Keep up the good work. Beardo Gay, MCU fan, loves Krista Law. Thank you, Heisman. I appreciate it, man. Henry's wife's boyfriend says, Henry ain't acting right. Sweet Potato Night says, Jeremy has no PP. Hi, guys, says, I love you all. See you at Bro Island. Just a couple of dudes meeting bros. Eric K says, Jeremy, have you ever worked retail? This Will says, buy yourself a Sprite at O. Henry's Gay Irish Bar. Quint says, what you mean I can't get my Newports? Received my Cobra Cast hoodie yesterday. Looks awesome. Newscomb almost cried. He ran California into the ground. I actually just got my Cobra Cast hoodie in as well. Hang on just a minute. Let me show you guys the Cobra Cast hoodie that I just received. Hang on. It looks good, too. I just got it in today, right before I went live. It took a while. But there it is. Look at that. That is sexy. Okay. That's we're going to be rocking this. And on the next Cobra Cast, we're going to be rocking this. Okay. That's badass right there. So hell yeah. That's awesome. Okay. Where the fuck is the fucking thing at? Where the fuck? There we go. All right. Yes. I like it. It's good. It's good. Jeremy growing a mullet? Yeah. See that? Look at that. Fucking hair is awful, dude. Holy shit. It's terrible, man. So when I took my hat off the other day, I got yelled at by some people in my family. So they forced me to have to trim up a little bit just on the sides because it looked so bad. And I gotta say, just cutting a little bit of your hair and when it's grown out this far, monumental difference, by the way. So yeah, it looked they were like, what the fuck? I'm like, look, I don't know what to tell you. All right. Somebody promised me money. I'll take my hat off. So Eric K says, Gavin shut off the water flow to farmers in big land grab. Jeffrey Hill says, I wish Trump could run another term just to hear them cry. Also, Henry cry. Stone Farmer says, celebrating my 57th birthday at the Magic Mountain, enjoying making me not so gay. Hail the 199. King Cam says, just donating because I want to piss off Henry. That's the spirit. Big Troll Media says, Henry eats corn the long way. No, I didn't cave. No, it was just the sides, though. Everything else, the mullet is, if you want to call it a mullet, but just had to trim the sides a little bit. It was out of control. So Henry is now integrated in D-Day Cobra meme lore. It's how it always works around here. I don't know how to say this fucking name, but for $5 on Rumble, says Hillary is trying to remain relevant. Yeah, I don't trust what Hillary Clinton had to say. I really don't. But it'll be interesting to see how she tries to spin it. John freaking Murdoch for 25 says, hey, Jeremy, is that a squirrel hiding under your hat? OMG, that's your hair. Dude, like, it's crazy, man. It's like the amount of people that thought I was bald because I just wear a hat, and now, like, and mainly I'm talking about my haters. They were just like, oh man, he's bald. That's why he wears a hat. No, I just have shitty hair. That's all. I just have shitty hair. I have way too much of it. Okay, let's see. What is this? Look at this. Putin finally understands why Trump calls them fake news.
Press. Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
That's pretty freaking great right there. That is pretty freaking great. All right. So we've got this. Now, I don't know how long, this is going to take. So we could be here a while waiting for this. Or they could show up. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter just to see. But right now, Benny Johnson just tweeted out, breaking President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin is now officially underway. Pray for peace. So we are currently in the process of waiting. Fantastic Knox says, imagine if Harris was in this position, it'd be bad. Harris wouldn't be in this position because Harris would not put herself in this position. Russia would just continue to overrun Ukraine. And you would have Democrats virtue signaling off of Ukraine, pumping money over there so they can keep their money laundering going on. That's essentially what you see. I mean, you wouldn't have, Harris would not be in this position at all. Fantastic. I got that one. Jared Armstrong says, Jeremy going for the Colin Kaepernick look. Fantastic. Not say Henry probably gone to his mom, says Jeremy bullied me. Steel Leg of History says, I can't wait to get my Cobra Cast shirt. Still waiting on it today. Donna Hill gave some money to Jay so I could get one of Jay's Transformer shirts for my niece. That's awesome. Be blessed, Jeremy. Thank you, Steel Leg of History. I appreciate you, brother. Josie says, forget growing your hair out. What will it cost to shave the sides bald? That would be a real mullet. Yeah, that would be bad, I think. I don't know, though. I don't know how to put a price on that. I really don't. I think the best way to do this, okay? Here's the best way to grift it, I think. And I think it's the most logical way, okay? Now, I'm off the top of my head, okay? I think this is the best way to grift this, okay? So if we go to, here's what we got to do. Every month, as long as I am in the top 10 in super chats in the country, I won't cut my hair. So like last month, I was number 7. Okay? I was number 7 last month. So as long as I'm in the top 10 every month, I won't cut my hair. The first month that I am not in the top 10 in the United States of America, I'll cut my hair. So last month, and then in June, I was also 7th. So it's the last 2 months I've finished 7th. Where was that in May? I think I dropped off in May because I didn't stream that much. Yeah, I dropped off in May. I was 31st in May. So 2 months in a row, we're 7th. Now, of course, if you go to last year, for the entire year, we finished in the top 10 for the year in the United States. And also, Geeks and Gamers was number 15th for the year. So we had 2 channels in the top 15 in the United States of America. So as long as I finish in the top 10 in Super Chats, I won't cut my hair. Deal? That's the deal right there. That's the deal. Over iShow Speed? Yeah, well, to be fair, Speed doesn't stream as much as me, but my iShow Speed gets like 100,000 people watching him. If you get number 1, you should get a mohawk. I've never finished a month number 1. I don't think. I think I finished 2nd one time in a month. I think. But I can't remember. I know I finished maybe I'm actually looking that up now to see. It's actually a good question. It would have been last year. I think last November after the election, maybe. Yeah. I finished second that month right there. I think that's the best I've ever done. I think. I'd have to look it up though. So that my hair will keep growing as long as I finish in the top 10 of super chats every month. David Phillips says Putin be like, I could make all of you fall out of a window in a tall building, like back in Mother Russia. I got it. Like it's so it's weird because like we see all these movies with like these gangsters, the KGB, whatever. Like, dude, that is Vladimir Putin. And he's sitting down in a meeting with President Trump right now. Like, we have to understand the level of intensity, the high stakes involved. President Trump, Donald Trump, is the greatest negotiator ever. And he's in there with all the cards and all of the power. And he's dealing with a very, very difficult guy who's not used to answering to anyone. This is a big deal. So, Will proper 199. Let's freaking go. What about growing out your eyebrows? I have eyebrows. They just like, you can't see them. I have eyebrows. They're just very light. I have light features. Someone said, why don't you just color your eyebrows? I get called gay enough as it is. What do you think would happen if I color my fucking eyebrows? That's a true grift right there. How much to dye your eyebrows? That would be a hell of a, how much to dye your eyebrows? Good Lord, you guys are going to make me look fucking weird. Thank you, Willie Will. I appreciate it, brother. Mac Jerry says H is for homosexual, E is for everyone loves Trump, N is for never underestimate, R is for really gay, Y is for you never cut your hair, P is for put it together, and what do you get? Henry F. You. Good Lord, man. That was like, I didn't know where you were going with this one. Mac Jerry, that was a lot. All right. That was a lot. Holy shit. New York Gamer Girl says, you and Az gave me encouragement, needed to start my own YouTube channel. Sip of water for the drinking man. Thank you so much. Hail the 199. Well, I am happy to hear that. I think that, I want I am blessed. You have to understand. I mean, I know a lot of people watch me now and see, what we have going on at Geeks and Gamers and all the opportunities we have and the channels we have. But I was once a viewer just like you. I watched a lot of YouTube. I had a day job. I never understood what it took to become a YouTuber. I never thought I had what it took. I never dreamed that I would ever have what I have now. And I'm so thankful and lucky, but it was only because I had the guts to just try it. You never know. You never know until you try. So good luck. I'm glad that you got everything started. That's awesome. Phil says eyebrow funds for $10. Thank you so much. Was it retail? It was retail. Joe C got that one. Zinni Biscuit says Papa needs something small and southern. I volunteer. Default says would be nice if our media were actual adults. It would. Mark of Reality says, how do we know this isn't a Putin body double? Well, Trump's met Putin on several occasions, so I'm pretty sure President Trump could figure that out really quickly. Matt Frog says, how is Tim so high he doesn't even read super chats? Because he has the biggest audience. So, I mean, it's strength in numbers. I mean, Tim gets, like, right now, this is a big number for me. Like, having 3,300 people watching, that's a good number for me. I mean, I've had more, obviously, in big events and things like that, but Tim has 40,000 people watching his stream. It's just strength in numbers. So the idea is Tim, see me, there's just a different philosophy in it. And I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. Tim's idea is less is more. So Tim essentially has trained his audience to say, if you send me a $500 super chat, there's a higher chance I will read it. Or if you send me a $300 super chat or 200 or 100, there's a chance I will read that. And so people are willing to drop those bombs in the hopes that maybe Tim will read it in front of 30,000 people, 40,000 people. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But he's not going to read your $2, and he's not going to read your 5s and your 10s and your 20s. He's not going to do it. Not most of the time anyway. So now me, I just I try to make the crowd part of my show. Try to make the audience part of the show. And I think that probably keeps the show from maybe getting bigger and getting a bigger, wider audience, because a lot of people do not tune in to hear me go back and forth with the chat. They are tuning in to hear me talk about what's happening on the screen or what the topic of the day is. And when they hear me constantly going back and forth with people in the chat, some people are just like, I don't give a shit what this guy has to say. And so that's just, it is what it is. It's, there's no wrong way to do it. There's just different ways to do it. So Matt Frog, got that one. Eric K says, don't believe it. Jeremy took Howard Stern's wig. All the Mo Kisses says, hair down to your address fun. Richard says, would love to see Putin use Hillary's reset button when he leaves, then laugh as it and it goes well. Andrew CR says, go to a salon. They can draw you some eyebrows. You're very gay anyway. All the Mo Kisses says, ass fund autocrat. I was wondering what you meant by that. Okay, there you go. Ass fund. You said address, and I'm like, what does address mean? I didn't know what it meant. I got you on that. Thank you so much. Eric K says, Jeremy never underestimate the power of grifting. People love donating to charity cases. You are a perfect example. This is true. Bubba Doom says, I hope they start the meeting with Trump having them watch Iron Eagle too. Cole Hauser says, what's up, Jeremy, my brother? What's up, Cole Hauser? Let me see if there's any updates on Twitter about if we have any, do we know if the meeting, is it concluding? Is it going well? Do we have any updates at all? We don't know. Let's see. Okay, we got that. Dude, look at this. Look at these optics, bro. Like, how does Trump take the most iconic pictures ever? He's always doing this. Look at that. How does he do it? The greatest showman of all time. How does he do it? Amazing. He just has this ability to take these freaking iconic pictures. I mean, that is a badass picture right there. Okay. Let's see if we get any updates here. Chad move making Putin reach across. 100%, man. He just knows how to do it, man. See, we got that. We got that. Yep, rocking the red tie, just being the ultimate Chad in charge. Surly SOB says, saw Americana last night. Sydney Sweeney has great genes and makes good movies too. Pretend Madam Web didn't happen. Thank you for the 20. Yeah, I've heard people talking about it. I may check it out. So I've been out of town all week, so finally got back, getting back in the rhythm of things. So that picture could potentially be the picture of peace, says Christian Rocker. Agreed. Russian bot says Russia can't be trusted. Meanwhile, Joe autopin Biden, Barack Hussein Obama, Bush crime family, Clinton crime family, Democrat, Rhino neocons, Israel first, etc. Says Russian bot. Let's see. Ripa from the knees down says, I see, what the fuck? I see Ripa's knees fail in the b-ball game. Joey says, hey, Jeremy, lately I haven't been getting a notification when you go live and I missed a stream. Damn it. I'm sorry. Yeah, YouTube's hit or miss on those things, man. Sorry about that. Cole Howler says, cool seeing the B-2 flyby. Zelensky must be pissed. Zelensky's always pissed. So Grand Potato says, Tim Pool is jealous of Jeremy's hair. It's weird because, like, if, and I've said this before, if I actually did take time to, do something with my hair, it would look really good, but that's super gay. And men don't care about their hair anyway. I just put on a hat. Who cares? I'm just growing it out for the memes at this point. That's the only reason. Polite Rude Guy says, Trump 2028, Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm just growing it out for the memes. Democrats hate this image. They hate peace. Look at there. Trump with his big old smile. Look at that. 5 gifties on top of the 20. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Cole Eilers got that one. Polite Root Guy. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says, Jarrett, you probably seen Sydney's Ford and gun ads. Yes, us, the Ford. Yeah. I saw them both. Actually. Yeah, the mechanic one and the gun one. Yep. The tactician musician says, is there a picture of Trump that isn't iconic? It doesn't seem like it, does it? It doesn't seem like it. Always. Orange Gauntlet says, how much for you to draw in your what? Not even answering that. What the fuck? Yeah, Trump dropping the most iconic pictures of all time. Every day he does this. It never gets old. It's just what the man does. Okay, so Right Side Broadcasting has a link up for the press conference to start in 20 minutes. Now, that's their coverage of the press conference. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to start in 20 minutes, but they do have a link up right here on YouTube. I'll show you guys that. So this starts in 20 minutes, but that's their coverage of it. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to start in 20 minutes. So we'll see. But what the thing to take away from that is that it's probably not going to be at least 30 minutes from now based on that. Now, they could go live earlier, but they tend to have a really good kind of, information on, what's going on. So I would anticipate we're probably 30 minutes away minimum. But that's just that's my guess. Matt Frock says, stop insulting your hair, Jeremy. How do you think that makes Tim Pool feel? Some men dying of thirst as other men drown. I know it. It's a blessing and a curse. Cole Howler says, cool that someone sent Newscomb a Trump 2028 hat. Well, it's cooler that he got triggered. That's the best part of it, is that he got triggered over it. He walked right into the meme. It's what he does. Okay. I want to show this clip since we're kind of waiting. This is from yesterday. Let me go to my videos. Surly SOB says, you got my money. F&T gets my view. So long, gay boy. Hey, thank you, brother. Hail to Friday Night Tights. I know they got Mike on today, so there's no way I can make it. I had to cover this today. So let's see here. But that one. There was a video I wanted to. Okay, so I know this person annoys people because he annoys me, but it's an interesting video. So it's Mike Pompeo, who doesn't even look like Mike Pompeo anymore. It says Putin is exhausting Trump's patience. So here, this is from yesterday.
Trump will be meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Trump warns of severe consequences if Russia doesn't stop the Ukraine war.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences. I want to end the war. It's Biden's war, but I want to end it. I'll be very proud to end this war along with the 5 other wars I ended.
Former Secretary of State under Donald Trump, Mike Pompeo, joins me now. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. All right, tell me, what would severe consequences really look like?
Well, good morning. Great to be with you as well. We're now less than 36 hours out from this meeting. It will be important because this will be the chance for President Trump to convey this seriousness with which he takes this and the fact that Vladimir Putin has shown no willingness to compromise in any material way. What would they look like? It would look like enforcement of secondary sanctions against those purchasing energy products, mostly from the Russians. It would look like potentially providing even more weapon systems, more capabilities to the Ukrainians to allow them to continue to defend their own sovereignty. Would sell those weapons through the Europeans, as President Trump has proposed previously. Make no mistake about it, there are many more tools in President Trump's toolkit than there are in Vladimir Putin's. He's exhausted his military. He's exhausting his economy even as we speak. And he is exhausting President Trump's patience as well. So I'm pretty confident that tomorrow President Trump will make very clear that the ceasefire needs to happen immediately, and negotiations for a more permanent end to this conflict need to be in the offing also.
You know, we know how Putin operates. I mean, honestly, Mr. Secretary, do you think after tomorrow's meeting we will have a ceasefire plan in place or not?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I think it's probably not going to happen tomorrow. I think that's true. And I won't be at all surprised if we're surprised if something Vladimir Putin offers. Your point's well taken. I spent a fair amount of time with Vladimir Putin myself. He is indeed that trained KGB operative that we've all come to know as so evil, that's taken 20,000 Ukrainian kids and killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians. So I won't be shocked if we see some surprise tomorrow that he throws a wrinkle in. But I think President Trump's pretty straightforward on this. Yeah. You need to end this. You need to get a ceasefire. Wrap it up. This is over. Time's down.
So I guess could Putin and Zelensky meet next time around, if there is a next time around?
Oh goodness, this will end some way with Zelensky and Putin actually having this conversation. The two leaders will have to resolve this. We can provide a lot of pressure. We can provide incentives, all the things that some third party can do. But in the end, both presidents have to decide that the cost of continuing this conflict is greater than the benefits. Yeah. And the two of them will have to have a conversation to achieve that. It may be weeks or even months off yet, but I think President Trump is determined to make that happen.
All right. Next one for you. I want to talk about Iran. Britain.
So I don't like Pompeo, you know, in terms of like Trump's patience. Like, Trump is a negotiator. Everything Trump says, there's a reason behind it. Every comment he makes, the way he says it, he knows what he says in front of the media. He knows how it's going to be twisted or how it's going to be taken. And he knows what he's doing. He's been in this situation more times than anyone, and he's dealt with the most powerful people in the world over and over again. And every time they say that he can't pull it off, he ends up pulling it off. And they keep doubting him, and they keep putting, you know, these ridiculous scenarios out there. Trump knows what he's doing. And look at this. Brett Baer asked Trump about Hillary's comments about the Nobel Peace Prize.
In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, That was very nice. I may have to start liking her again.
Only Trump, dude. Only freaking Trump. Oh man. Let's see. Ripa from the knees down says, I love Trump as much as a homosexual can. Callie Laser says, longer the wait, better the chance of good news. That is true. That is true. Jeremy's alt account says, Trump is not a negotiator. He's the negotiator. I agree with that. I agree with that completely. Look at this picture. It's so fucking good. So I'm no news right now. I guess it's good news. I do agree with that. No news is good news as it stands right now. Let's see here. What's that? All right. So we have this feed right here, and this is where they're going to be doing their joint press conference whenever their meeting is done. We don't know when that is. By the way, we did get a proper 199 earlier, and we didn't celebrate it properly. So a proper 199 from Willie Will earlier. Thank you, Willie Will. We appreciate it. Proper 199 in the house.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm going to do it.
Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Oh. There you have it. Thank you so much. Try to always remember, not forget. So like I said, Right Side's got their feed set for 10 minutes from now for the press conference, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen in 10 minutes. It means that's a minimum of probably 10 to 15 minutes before it would even begin, which I think it's going to be longer than that. So we shall see. See where that. Trump is like General Kenobi, the negotiator. Jay Red says, great genes. Yeah, by the way, so earlier I went live, but I was late because stupid Windows update. And that is my fault because I've been out of town, but I got in late last night and I didn't fire up my computer until like right before it was time to go live. And I just got bombarded with all these updates because I've been out of town. But so even though I hate Windows and they made me mad, it was my fault. So I take full responsibility. Okay. Are we on Trump time? Everybody's on Trump time, man. That's the way it goes. Everybody is on Trump time. Noob Dad says, I wonder what Elon is thinking right now. You know, like, I don't think Elon like gets too worked up over stuff like this. I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk is a genius. Okay. And that's just a fact. Like, you can not like him. You can have, issues with him. It doesn't really matter. Elon is a genius. And he will continue to be a genius. And he does things his way. For better or for worse. Do I think he probably would like to be friends with Trump again? Probably. Do I think he misses being involved in a lot of this stuff? Probably. But it is what it is, man. So yeah, he is kind of going crazy over these AI videos right now. Like, I mean, I personally I love what he's done with I love that he bought Twitter and everything, but like for me, like I don't even use Twitter that much anymore. Because I use it for like content, but I'm saying like I don't tweet. Like, when's the last time I put an actual tweet out? When's the last time? August 10th, like 5 days ago was the last time where I called myself retarded. Oh yeah, I can't show that one. But I reply a lot, but I'm just kind of like, Twitter is full of bots, dude. It's all bots at this point. That's all it is bots, bots, bots. So, legalize adulthood for a proper 199. Israeli Whale Defense Force Unit 199 checking in with more shekels for your Mossad operation. Dave Rubin said he doesn't like Alaska because just like Grindr profiles, the map always makes it look much bigger than it is in person. 100% IDOT rules. Holy crap. Oh, love it. Thank you, Legalize Adulthood, for the proper 199. Israeli Whale Defense Force Unit 199. I don't know what people think is going to happen around here, man. Like calling people that support the channel, like, whales, or calling them Mossad agents, calling me a Mossad agent. Like, we're just gonna lean into it, man. It's the same mentality as you call me a racist, you call me a sexist, whatever, that's it. Legalized adulthood with 20 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Dropping bombs in the chat. Bombs. Evil Dead says first time super chat. Long time viewer. Thanks, Henry. And Legalized Adulthood says Hail Snake Pit. Thank you for the first time super chat. I appreciate that. I really, really do. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. Mike S says, you see Brian Cranston Wine had a viral retarded tweet calling for bad things to happen to a certain someone as he exited a plane in Alaska. I didn't see that. Really? Let's see. Let me go over here and see. Is there like somebody screenshot it or something, or what? Whoa, holy crap. That is insane. Dude, these guys are absolutely pathetic, man. He's probably, in this sense, he's talking about Putin, though, I would think. So Joe Sniker's Anchorage, Alaska, ready to take him out as soon as he shrugged. Yeah, because there's the Putin shrug right there. Doesn't really matter. But is there another one where he's talking about Trump as well? John freaking Murdoch for a proper 199. Just following the trend. Holy crap. Legalize Adulthood responds to John Murdoch, says all the kids are doing it. You got Willie Will dropping it. You got John Murdoch. You got Legalize Adulthood. Holy crap. You guys are insane. Cole House is so jealous. You have a real leader. We have cheese. Superfly Will says, just seen on Insta when Trump and Putin were walking and looking up at the sky and a B-2 bomber flew over them. The most gangster thing I've ever seen. Brilliant. I got to see this clip that you guys are talking about. I've got to find this clip. All right. So, because I must have missed it in the moment. Like I saw it happen. Let's see. Hang on. B-2 fly over. Here we go. All right, here we go. That is a power move from Trump. 1000%. That is so Donald Trump. I have never seen a more Trumpian thing in my life. That is the most Donald Trump thing I have ever seen. Holy shit. That is, dude, that is so fucking badass. That is absolutely awesome. Holy crap. Jenna Hughes, what is happening? For a proper 199, it says, I felt so left out. You guys really don't want me to cut my hair, do you? You really don't want me to cut my hair. Can you imagine if, like, you guys forced me to literally grow my hair out for like 3 years because of this super chat challenge? And I will show it. I will show the hair. Like, I will show the progress and all of that. I won't keep it hidden under the hat all the time like I have. I will show the progress. Holy crap. Proper 199s everywhere. Willie Will, John freaking Murdoch, legalize adulthood. Insane. I got to see if there's a different, like, is there a different clip from that? Let's see here. It's the most Trump thing I've ever seen, man. So here we got this. Okay. Oh, awesome, dude. I mean, that is just badass right there. I'm keeping an eye on that thing, too. I don't want to lose focus. I know we got proper 199s dropping like crazy. Proper 199s dropping like crazy. We got to celebrate the proper 199s. Okay? They're dropping like crazy around here.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
Come on, baby. Come on. I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Beautiful white paint. It's coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. It's coming down at levels of speed that nobody ever even conceived of. Where it's rough, but it's coming, and now it's turned around. It turns around, and it's coming, and it's gonna. I said, oh, because you see at that bottom, this section right here, that sucker's. Oh.
All right, I got this great shot right here. Okay, like, the optics are insane. The optics are, I've never seen better optics in my life. Okay, so as the B-2 is flying, Putin cannot stop looking. He can't stop looking. This is the most Trumpian thing I've ever seen. That is 100% Trump flexing and flexing hard and saying, listen, buddy, you're dealing with me now. All right. You're dealing with me. Holy shit. And it's true. Like, I can't remember who said this a few months ago, but gosh, I'm sure somebody in the chat can remind me, but it's true. Someone made the statement that Donald Trump, I think it was Mike Johnson, actually. I think Mike Johnson said it. Donald Trump is the most powerful United States president in history right now. No other president in history has had the power, the political clout, and the influence that he has right now. No one. That's a huge statement to make throughout the history of this country. But he is absolutely that guy. He is the most powerful president we have ever seen. Checking it out for a proper 199. says we love Trumpian things. Let's freaking go. Another one. Dude, I'm keeping track of all of them. I did I unstarred legalized adulthoods and Willie Wills, but I'm keeping track of everybody's now, the 199s. Obama says if Trump pulls this off, do you think he'll get the Nobel Peace Prize for preventing World War III? I think that he probably will, but I don't really. Thank you again, checking it out. Insane, dude. Insane. But ultimately, you know, I think he probably will, but I don't really care. You know what I mean? I don't care about the Nobel Peace Prize. I think the Nobel Peace Prize is not worth Donald Trump. Like, he is so much bigger and more important than the Nobel Peace Prize. So it's like, I think it's almost like disrespectful at this point to think like Trump deserves the Nobel. No, the Nobel Peace Prize doesn't deserve Donald Trump. That's the way I look at it. They should, if they really want to impress me, call it the Trump Peace Prize. Rename it to the Trump Peace Prize. That, at that point in time, I'll say, okay, now we're talking. Rename it to the Trump Peace Prize, and then we can have a real discussion. Because that would show the level of respect that Trump deserves for everything he's done up to this point. Just rename it to the Trump Peace Prize. Joe Bitt says, are those the new F-47s? F-47, baby. Darth Gavel says, America first, America forever. Thank you, Darth Gavel. Vlad the Man says, Trump be like, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Oh, man. I think Right Side went live. So let's hear what Right Side has to say.
Their time, and you need blackout curtains to live there sometimes in the summer, but the opposite happens in the winter with very little sunlight. It's an amazing place. God's beauty on display in Alaska as this diplomatic pursuit of peace taking place right now between the leadership of the United States and that of the Russian Federation. Let's hear what President Trump had to say earlier via Air Force One with the press pool on board from Washington, D.C. to Anchorage, Alaska earlier today.
There's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 million and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile. But over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Can you describe a little bit just the president? Because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
No different. Look, he's a smart guy. Been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are, we're president. And that was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, you know, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about this?
They need business. We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest country. We were a dead country, but dead like doornails. A dead country.
Dead like a doornail.
1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail.
Over on Rumble, Space Bass for a proper 199 on Rumble. Says, Jeremy, you are a young, vibrant man at Space Bass. Thank you for the proper 199. Rumble getting in on the party now. Let's freaking go.
And now we have the hottest country, and he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but look, I want everybody to do well. The war's going to stop and the killing's going to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean by severe consequences? Back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
Well, I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it.
And on the table for discussions today, Mr. President, are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you
Just one thing. What about don't underestimate that either.
The possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
You mentioned the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along. Is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy, because we're doing. Wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips.
Steel higher than Mr. President?
Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What rate are you looking at? What rate?
Well, I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. That gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, Mike, you had said earlier. He did that with me.
Isn't he a gentleman? He's a nice.
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice. He's one of the few nice ones. Yes.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health. Okay, I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
And that was President Trump en route to Anchorage, Alaska, from Joint Base Andrews outside of Washington, D.C. And you see there a live look at or towards Mount McKinley. And that's about a 4-hour drive from the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, into the Cook Inlet. And a fun part of that, sometimes you can actually see beluga whales coming into the inlet, and sometimes they actually.
So that was earlier that he was speaking with the press, and we're kind of in a holding pattern right now, waiting for this press conference to begin. We don't know when that's going to be. I have not seen any updates that. Again, someone said it earlier, and I absolutely agree with this, that the longer that this takes, I think the better. The longer the meeting is going, I think the better. So we'll see. I think if this meeting would have ended after like 10 minutes and you're like, we're calling the press conference, I think that's probably not a good sign. So we shall see how it all plays out. What the fuck is this? This can't be real. Nope. Okay. This is a meme. I was about to say, I saw this on my timeline and I'm like, this can't be real. There's no way this is real. I was like, no way this is real. I would pass if that were real. Okay. Somebody said, yum, stop it. Yeah, I'm starting to see all these people talking about Roblox right now on my timeline. I'll have to look further into that story, see what's going on. But my general opinion on that is always that parenting is the problem, not some video game. And having all these weird people involved with it, like the communities and all of that, like, still comes back to parenting. You need to teach your kids to not put themselves out there, not allow your kids to freely be on the internet, not to allow them to freely be on Discord. Don't allow your kids to, kind of run free on the internet where all of these predators are at. So that's just my opinion on it, though. But there's a lot going on. Like Roblox, their stock is dropping. They're getting a lot of hate. So I don't know the specifics of the deal. So, Jeremy has too much faith in people. No, I just don't have any faith in the government. It's not about people. I don't feel that regardless, I don't have faith in people. I just don't have faith that the government is giving the government the power to do anything. I don't have faith in that. I'm not saying that I think parents are going to be good, because clearly they're not. But my whole argument is, just because parents are bad doesn't mean the government should be making decisions, because then the government starts making those decisions and they're eventually going to overtake everything, including the things that you're into and the things that you want to focus on, taking your freedoms away. The government is people too. Well, I mean, really? You think so? Because I don't know if they're people. They're fucking evil they're evil demons is the majority of them. Roblox isn't trying to fix it, only trying to defend or hide it instead. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the details of it. So checking it out says, so glad I grew up pre-internet, only worried about siblings hitting me with stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, the internet has done a lot of wonderful things and it gives a lot of wonderful opportunities, but it also is it's just like anything else. It's a blessing and a curse, but it has fundamentally changed the world. It's changed, generational. It's had a generational effect on people and how our behavior is and how we operate. And so, yeah, it's not going away, sadly. So, what's up, David Phillips? Blur says, keep your kids off social media. Adults can't even handle it. Well, that's true. That is true. It's another tool, how you decide to use it, much like having a gun. Cole Hauser for 10 says, the EU, Boris Johnson, France, Canada, UK are the ones to blame for the ongoing war. They had a peace agreement. Then Johnson told Zelensky to keep going. The people who hate Trump. Hail to you, Cole Hauser. That is Jack Posobiec, isn't it? Yeah, Jack Posobiec. I just saw that. There he is, making his Twitter video right now. Thank you, Cole Hauser. I appreciate it, brother. That's pretty funny to see him right there. Ladybug says, yeah, my first phone had the ability to call text. Didn't get access to the internet until I was 16. John says he's probably live on with Bannon. Christian Rocker says he has me blocked. Yeah, he soft blocked me a long time ago, but I follow him back now. But yeah, he soft blocked me after I ratioed him. Who is this guy? Jack Posobiec's a big right-wing influencer. I don't really know how I feel about Jack Posobiec. Like, there's times where he seems really level-headed and seems very like dedicated to Trump, and then other times he's just, he's really hard to read. I know a lot of people say he's like, a Fed and all this crap, but like he blocked me because he was basically calling what was he calling out? He was calling a show woke when it wasn't. I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm drawing a blank right now. And I ratioed him on it because he was wrong. And Tulsa, you're right. Yeah, Tulsa King was Stallone. Yeah. So he was calling out Tulsa King, and he basically played a clip from Tulsa King, and he's like, "This is woke garbage, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's not woke. And I played another clip from it, I think, where Stallone was talking about the pronouns. And then fast forward a couple years later, and he's like, he was calling Stallone a woke Hollywood weirdo when he was calling the stuff out. Then I ratioed him. And then when Stallone showed up at the White House, he was like, "We love Stallone. He's based. He's MAGA. Look at Stallone standing up for Trump." And I'm like, you were calling him a woke Hollywood leftist. It's crazy. Tulsa King's awesome. James Bella for $5. Thank you. Alan Tanasi for $5 says, Jeremy says, leaving rehab. I now work in retail again. I did miss it though. Sip of water, only water for the working man. Hey, congratulations to you, brother. And congrats on getting through rehab. I hope you're enjoying work, man. And look, there's times that I do miss retail for sure. So I feel you on that. Chris says, yep, Tulsa King was as good as Yellowstone. I mean, I would take the first several seasons of Yellowstone over Tulsa King, but Yellowstone did not finish very good at all. I thought the first few seasons of Yellowstone were just amazing. But yeah, that final season of Yellowstone was not good at all. Poso is a better grifter than D-Day Cobra. That's a pretty good compliment. It's a good compliment. Yellowstone sucked out of the gate. Really? I disagree with that. Yellowstone gave me depression. Jack is definitely flip-floppy, but he's entertaining. Dead Inside for a member message says, hail the 199. Thank you so much. Yellowstone was always woke if you were listening. There was definitely some woke elements to it for sure. And we know Costner's a crazy leftist. Like, Kevin Costner's pathetic. All right, no updates right now with the Trump meeting. Yeah, man, like, so this guy is getting crushed right now for his comment. Do you understand, like, a foreign leader coming to the United States of America to meet with President Trump, and this guy is calling for, so he's not calling for Trump to be assassinated, he's calling for Vladimir Putin to be assassinated. All right? So you're talking about a foreign leader coming to the United States of America and for us to assassinate him. What is wrong with this guy, dude? This guy's a fucking idiot, dude. And then he's like, correction, we should poison him instead. Make it less obvious. Good Lord, man. Idiots. I really, really hate this guy and his gay brother. I can't stand those dudes, man. That's dangerous type of stuff, but that's a leftist mindset right there. That's how a liberal thinks. See where we're at. Got that. Megyn Kelly says, in all seriousness, President Trump has the weight of the world on him. Prayers up for success here. You know, I saw a video from her yesterday. And she was talking about the press conference that Trump had with the media after the DC when he basically took over DC. And she's 100% right about it right here, what she says. Listen to what Megyn Kelly says.
But this is a room that normally would be in the past couple of days where he's in the briefing room, which is just more people than ever have been in there, or at least that's what they're constantly saying. But this is a room that normally would be full of haters. He's talking about taking over the policing of the city of which they live in, being Washington, D.C. So you know that their DNA is meant to go authoritarian. Instead, he's got them laughing. He's got them, he sort of turned them to MAGA for an afternoon. It is extraordinary when he is on who he can win over.
I mean, he did turn on the charm, and they were eating out of the palm of his hand, these people who do hate him. But you cannot deny his magnetism. I mean, when he turns that on, I've said before, if he wants to charm you, you will be charmed. And what's he saying to them? He is saying, you don't have to live like this. You have been undermined by Democrat rule, and I am here to help you out. We've got 800 National Guardsmen who really aren't doing anything right now. So I am going to unleash them on this city so that your 20-year-old can go from a restaurant to a bar with his girlfriend without having to worry about getting the bleep kicked out of him. And instead of like most people would normally react saying thank you, which is the proper reaction, instead of doing that, the write-ups about it are authoritarian and all that. But in the room, their true feelings came out. They were happy. They were laughing with him. They were in good moods. Who wouldn't be thrilled to hear that another 1,000 or so law enforcement types are coming to town to get rid of the homeless problem, to clean up what Trump calls the slums, and to put an end to crime, in particular the juvenile crime, which has exploded in DC, a city that has our fourth largest homicide rate in all of America. The only proper response is thank you.
Now let's get to the Russia of it all, right? Again, part of that big.
She's 100% right, and that's exactly what Trump is going to do in this meeting with Putin. I mean, he's going to do what Trump does, and we've already seen him start out with the flyover. He's setting the tone, but he's going to do it in the most methodical way possible. It's absolutely awesome. And by the way, Megyn Kelly, great personality. Great personality, Megyn Kelly. I respect Megyn Kelly. I respect her. Dr. Spike for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Christian Rocker says PETA wants Nintendo to change the cowl design in Mario Kart World. I saw that. Like, oh my God. PETA's upset that Mario Kart World has the nose ring for the cowl. Like, God, man. PETA's the stupidest company in the world. Superfly says, you guys are smashing it with Trump. Wish we had someone with the balls to do the same here in England. I guess we have to go through our 4 years of turmoil before radical change. Yeah. Let me show you right here. So since we can, since I brought that super chat up, I think Krista tweeted out about it. Let me see here. Yeah. So right here. PETA demands Nintendo remove Mario Kart World's cowl nose ring. And Krista says they want the removal of a nose ring, but aren't at all concerned with the cow being a cannibal. Like, it's just insane, dude. Like, so yeah, PETA being PETA. All right. So, but hey, those cheeseburgers are just fine, guys. All right. The cow eating a cheeseburger, no problem. All right. Jeffrey Bird says, have you seen Landman? If not, I recommend it. I absolutely have seen Landman. And I think Landman is very, very good. If you want more and I need to update it even more because I've been bad about it. But if you want to see more of my opinions on movies and TV, you can go over to criticless.com. Criticless.com. Follow me over there. There's an app on Android and Apple. And I did a review for Landman. Let me see if I can find my review for Landman. So Landman, what did I give Landman? I gave Landman a 90% on Criticless. The best way to describe this show is Sons of Anarchy in West Texas, based around the oil industry. It's really good. What's Landman have overall over here? Landman has a 93% average rating on Criticless. So there you have it. But yeah, you guys should check it out. You will love it over there. And we're trying to build that up, and we would love to get video games over there as well. Because we have the whole database for movies, TV, all of that, anime. We need to get video games integrated over there. So, yeah, there you go. Okay. But there you go, Jeffrey. Thank you. Default says the primary woke thing about Yellowstone is Taylor Sheridan's weird white guilt boner for the Indians. It comes up again in 1923, and the story suffers for it. I do agree with that. I do agree. There's definitely some woke elements to his universe. It doesn't kill his universe for me, because I think Taylor Sheridan does generally a good job. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Problem is Hollywood will suck conservatives into a show, then turn it woke. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he's getting crushed right now. Imagine thinking this is a normal thing to post. These people have completely lost the plot. Again, these are Democrats. These are Trump haters. This is the TDS crowd right here. This is them. This is normal to these people. They think there's nothing wrong with this. They think there's nothing wrong with talking like this. They think there's no ramifications for this. Welcome to the leftist mindset right there. No updates, no tweets, no nothing. I definitely consider that a good thing, but it's no guarantee. The meeting is still happening. Let me go to Right Side, see if they have any updates. No, they're playing. So Right Side is playing this recorded earlier review. So that means that they got, oh, hang on. They're back. They're back now. Let's see.
And the new, and putting them together in order to
recorded earlier.
bring in a
Fuck. Nope. I appreciate that they're just playing stuff from earlier. I appreciate that. I'm not that talented, so I can't do that. I'm too busy just grifting off of people hating me in the chat. So I'll just continue to do that. What is this? Man killed after being struck by a car while fleeing Home Depot ICE raid in California. That was yesterday. Man killed after being struck by car while fleeing Home Depot ICE raid in Cali. So you mean to tell me that illegal immigrants are hanging out around Home Depot? You mean to tell me that the memes were true? Now, is this the point where I'm supposed to pretend that I feel bad that an illegal immigrant, was fleeing ICE? Because I don't. I guess I'm supposed to pretend that I do, but I don't. And just to be clear, I just saw this hit my feed. This is why my childhood was better than your childhood, because I grew up in an era where this is what I saw on my TV. How could you not be like, dude, I have to watch this right now? Imagine being 8 years old and seeing this on TV. How could you not be a wrestling fan? How could you not? Like, this is the coolest stuff ever. Larger than life personalities, the Road Warriors, Legion of Doom, the Ultimate Warrior. Is that Texas Tornado behind them? But yeah, man, this is great stuff right here, man. It'll never be better than that. Wrestling will never get to that point again. It won't happen, unfortunately. You know what, though? I saw this. I know this is a little random, but right here, I saw this clip from, where's it at? Mel Gibson. And I want to show you guys this. I love this clip from Mel Gibson. All right. Mel Gibson's awesome. And apparently there's a lot of people pretending to be Mel Gibson on social media. And so he uploaded a video. And I guess he sent this to people and he wanted them to post this. So here's the man himself, Mel freaking Gibson. The mega Chad Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson here. Mel Gibson speaking from my office. It is me. I just want to say that I have no presence on social media. I don't have any Facebook or any domain or any website, no sites at all. So that if anyone is giving money to some of these websites that claim to be me, you're being scammed, okay? Because I don't have any presence on social media. Okay. Mel Gibson here.
Mel Gibson's awesome, dude. I love how he delivers this message. It's so great. We got to watch it one more time.
Mel Gibson here. Mel Gibson speaking from my office. It is me. I just want to say that I have no presence on social media. I don't have any Facebook or any domain or any website, no sites at all. So that if anyone is giving money to some of these websites that claim to be me, you're being scammed, okay? Because I don't have any presence on social media. Okay.
Just okay. He's so freaking entertaining. By the way, I just want all of you to understand, okay? I am always ahead of the curve, okay? I am from Florida. I'm a Florida man. And as I've said to you many times, Crocs all day, every day in Florida, okay? All day, every day. Well, guess who else rocking the Crocs? Mel fucking Gibson right there, rocking Crocs. There it is. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen. I rest my case. It's over. Not only that, dude, like, look at this picture. Look at this picture. Mel is wearing Crocs right here. He's in this picture. He's wearing Crocs. He doesn't give a fuck. He does not give a shit. He's standing there. Like, hang on, let me zoom in on this shit. Let's see if we can zoom in. Where's it at? Where did it go? Open image in new tab. I can't zoom in for some reason. Why can't I zoom in? But anyway, I just had to show that because Mel fucking Gibson, all right, the man himself, rocking the Crocs. Florida man. He just needs to move to Florida and get it over with, man. That's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do. Southeastern Kaiju says the ortho croc male. Mel. Default says the primary woke thing. Oh, got that one. Alan Tanasi says, how about PETA So fat cow, like blue hair libs is having a nose ring. What? What are you saying, Alan Tanassi? I don't even know what you're saying. All right. Mel probably has a place in Florida. Probably does. Mr. No One for a gifted membership. Thank you. Sarah for 10 says the wrestlers look like ladybugs. What's up, Sarah? Good to see you here. Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to say here. How about PETA? What? Thank you. They do this on purpose. They do this on purpose. Mel is the Florida man, confirmed. So no updates, but we still have this iconic picture that we're going to put up on the screen while we're waiting for everything else to play out. Poor Jeremy can't read. That is true. Possible future president Marco Rubio meets Putin. Of course, the stupid Twitter video lagging up, so I can't do anything about it. Michael says, G-Day Cobra, you are very mid. Thank you. You guys know I love when you compliment me in the chat. I don't really think I deserve it, but I told my family about that. I was like, I got called mid on a stream. It's the nicest thing anyone said about me. Someone called me mid, and I'm like, thank you. I really appreciate that. Fast internet in 2025. By the way, if this is true, we'll find out. I think it is. But right here, and I'm not going to play the clip because I don't think I can. But I'm sure a lot of you saw this video right here of this officer punching the window.
Exit the vehicle now.
And assaulting him. Well, prosecutors clear Florida deputy who punched and dragged a man from his car during a traffic stop. Florida continues to win. Maybe if you comply, you'll be okay. I've talked about this many times. This isn't complicated at all. So Florida continues to be the best. And all you got to do is comply. I got to find this clip right here. Because, yeah, like, again, we've had success stories many times. And, like, I saw this one commercial. And, again, just to be clear, I'm not sponsored by this company or anything like that. I just think it's a very positive message. You know, right here, this is a very positive message as far as I'm concerned.
A few years ago, I couldn't breathe. But then I started taking this, Comply. Now I breathe just fine. Side effects of Comply may include dizziness, obedience, improved breathing during police encounters, and sudden respect for authority. Do not resist while taking Comply. Ask your officer if Comply is right for you.
Whew. Whew. Okay, there we go. Comply saves lives. It certainly does. Oh, man. Good Lord. Yeah, I don't know what you were saying on that one, Alan Tanassi. I know you're at work, so you're probably typing fast because you said you're at work, so I totally understand. That guy looks familiar. Timu Hillary? What do you mean Timu Hillary? Like on here? Yeah, I could see the Timu Hillary. Yeah, I can see that. Make sure I haven't missed anything over on Rumble. Nope, we're good on Rumble. We're caught up. So again, we are currently waiting right now. Patriotic Cat says, that's so funny. I couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha. Did Trump beat Putin at chess? Well, we're still just sitting here, hanging out, waiting, seeing what the latest development's going to be. I've heard nothing on Twitter as far as any updates that the meeting has concluded. We have no updates, which is a good thing in my opinion. The longer this goes on, the better, I believe. Got that one. Just trying to see if there's any other live feeds of this. Fox News has a live feed. I'll probably just keep it on Fox News's feed for now. Let's see. No, that's not what I fucking want. Right there. So we'll just keep it here for now. Okay. And we're just waiting. So nobody in the press, all these guys are standing there, just hanging out, bullshitting, all these Trump haters. Because you know most of the people that are there are TDS people. Not all of them, but most of them. Prediction on Alabama's record this season. It's really difficult, man. It's difficult to predict college football right now because with the transfer portal and the NIL, I really just don't have a good gauge on the team. I don't know what our roster depth is right now. I think we probably have decent roster depth. I know Alabama, I think, starting out number 8 in the country. Yeah, I'd have to just I've just recently started to kind of plug into getting caught up on NFL and college football, getting ready for the season, but I don't know, man. I don't expect a lot from Alabama, but I'm kind of back to the pre-Saban days of Alabama where I go in basically the pre-Saban days of Alabama football is the same thing as what I tell all of you guys to have for Cobra Cast is I just have very low expectations as an Alabama fan every season. And that way, if it's turns out to not be terrible, I'm not disappointed. So yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting a ton from Alabama. I mean, last year I wasn't expecting a ton, and then came out of the gate pretty strong, and then completely just fell apart there in several games after it looked like we were strong. So, sports has gotten so lame these days. I'm not as plugged into sports as I used to be, but I do love football. I will be, I'm following the Dolphins, going to be following the Panthers, and these are mainly because of the Alabama players, involved. But I'll be pulling for the Dolphins all year long. I'm hoping Tua stays healthy. I think Bryce Young will be good as well this year. So that'll be my focus on the NFL side. And we do have a sports channel. We do have a sports channel at Geeks and Gamers called Sports Wars. If you are not subscribed to that, you should be. Jeremy Philly's going to win it again. I mean, Philly has the best team in the league. I don't think Jalen Hurts is. I mean, look, I love Jalen Hurts, but I just not that high on him as an actual quarterback. But the team is stacked. The Eagles are stacked. Massively stacked. They are the best team in the NFL. Thank you, Cam Man, for the link to Sports Wars. Play Trump saying Tua's name. It's so good. Jalen voted for Kamala. I think he probably did vote for Kamala. And I'm interested to see what happens with Texas this year in college football. I'm interested to see what happens, So Arch Manning has the potential to be a megastar in college football and go on to have a huge NFL career, but I'm not sure if he's going to live up to the expectations or not. Cellular Dream says, hello, Jeremy. I enjoy and appreciate all your content, and I am glad to give you this $5. You are not gay. What the hell, Celluloid Dream? Why are you being so nice? Celluloid Dream, that's weird. Phil says, are you becoming a cheerleader for the Vikings? Cole Howler says, when Yeah. Not even going to try to say it. Not even going to try to say it. Neil Nice says predict within the 6 months after peace deal, new International Space Station approved and fast tracked. Thank you, Neil Nice. Well, more people are starting to get into this room, so I don't know if that gives us a sign or not. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia tweeted this out right here. So there you go. Trying to see if there's any updates as to if we have any information on the meeting. Nothing yet. Hey, we got that earlier. Hey. Dude, I'm so tired of seeing Mr. Beast on my Twitter feed. Like, I am fucking sick of that dude. He's everywhere. Mr. Beast all over the place. I don't trust that dude at all. Not even a little bit. And he's a Trump hater, by the way. Mr. Beast is a Trump hater, just so you know. He called Donald Trump a racist. He said he's not a good president. So that's really all you need to know about him. So TDS, which is, again, of course, the guy that has all of the mainstream clout from the mainstream organizations, hates Trump. Of course he does. Show the context. What? The context of what? Mr. Beast? I mean, it's on his channel. It was him and his friend who is now a trans weirdo. So this is before his friend transitioned, and they were staying at the Trump hotel in Vegas. And he says, Donald Trump might be a racist and a terrible president, but he runs a good hotel. I'm like, oh, fuck you. You wouldn't say that about Obama, would you? And then they were like, I'm leaving here feeling a little more racist now. And they were being very sarcastic about it. So, yeah, I'm not a fan. No such thing as a transition. Well, I agree with that. I should have put the quotation marks, transition. Obama would have a Carnival hotel. All I know is I've been on a Carnival cruise before, and I will never go back on a Carnival cruise. In all honesty, like, that's what they should do. If white people that commit crimes, they should just, their punishment should be you have to go on a Carnival cruise. That should be your punishment. If you're white and you commit a crime, your punishment should be you have to go on a Carnival cruise. I promise you it's worse than prison. It's worse than prison. So I know that they've updated their rules, and they updated their rules to say no Bluetooth speakers at the pool. No talking on your speakerphone out in public. All these rules, and then suddenly black people called them racist for their rules update. Is like they didn't say anything about it. Why are you guys taking it personal? All right, so people are pouring in, so we could be getting close. I see no updates from any of the people that I follow yet, though. Send him to the Carnival cruise. All right, we got Alaskan Patriots out in full force. Here we go.
We feel honored that we could come down and support President Trump. There are several Ukrainians here that live in Alaska They're here to support him too. We love America. We love America. And Trump is the best thing that's happened to us in a long time. I've been around a long time.
Kind of hard to hear him, but it's good to see all of that energy out there. All the Trump flags, people driving by, honking their horns. Like that's the positivity that America needs. And that's the positivity that Donald Trump brings to America. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's awesome. Next meetup on a Carnival cruise? No, not at all. Not at all. Not even close. Simpin' on Simpcast says FNT is not the same without you. 100 days boomer. I'll be back. It's just I was traveling last week. I obviously today I got to cover this, and I won't be there next week either because my mom is having surgery, and I probably won't do a Cobra Cast next Friday at all. We'll have to see. But yeah, so I will probably not be available at all next Friday for Cobra Cast or FNT. We'll see. So we'll see how that goes. So hopefully everything goes well. Unseen Dimensions is less likely to get graped on a Carnival cruise. Thank you guys. Thank you for the prayers. I appreciate it. So Simpin' on Simpcast says, I'll buy you tickets to the OU game if you come. I'm not going to. As big of a sports fan as I am, I don't really like going to. I've never liked going to games because I mean, I guess back when I was younger, I did, but I just don't like going to games anymore. I'm not really like, I don't like being around all these people. I'd rather just be at home watching it on my TV with pizza and all of that. You know what I mean? So I will go to a game for like special occasions and things, but like generally I just don't like going to sports games. Jeremy doesn't fly. Nope. I mean, I'm not saying I won't ever fly, but I avoid flying if at all possible. I go out of my way to avoid flying. I've flown before. It wasn't that bad, but I try to avoid it at all cost if it's possible. I don't like it. I stress myself out over it. I don't like flying. I don't like being in a situation I can't control. It's not for me. But I do like driving. Jeremy's on the no-fly list. No, just being 30,000 feet in the air is terrifying. So it scares the fuck out of me. And the whole process of like flying and potentially getting stuck, layovers, delays, the whole thing with like, you know, your baggage and how much you can bring. Like it's just so much. Like I can drive for 30, 40 hours straight without stopping if I need to. Now, I'm not, you know, I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. So I can still pull off a long road trip. I just can't do them as often as I used to. But driving, you know, like I can bring as much equipment as I need to. I can bring as much luggage as I need to, and I don't have to deal with you know, anyone that I don't want to deal with. Darth Manic for 20 says, want to make your mom happy before her surgery. Tell her that her son is loved by many, extremely successful with unwavering integrity, all because of her mothering. Hail the mother of Unit 199. God bless her. Look at that. I will show her that super chat. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Enrico says, what's taking so long, bro? I think this is a positive sign that this is taking a long time. So we're just in a holding pattern right now. We're just kind of BSing while this whole thing is playing out. So No update. No update at all yet. Nothing. Which is a good sign. The longer this discussion goes on, the better. Let me see if Right Side has anything. Looks like they're still grifting, which I do appreciate. Can never call anyone out for grifting. I would never do that. They're out moose hunting, says Corn Boy. Blur says, I hate flying or driving, but I like visiting places. You got to do what you got to do. Well, the thing I like about driving, though, is like obviously like just the idea of not dealing with planes and dealing with TSA and all that shit and the anxiety that it brings and, you know, all that. But driving across the country and seeing different places and seeing different things and being able to stop wherever I want and do whatever I want and experience things, that's America, baby. Like just experiencing all these different places. You will be on a road trip and you stop somewhere and you'll find like somewhere to like a, you know, convenience store or a gift shop or something, and you see shit, you're like, dude, I've never seen this before. This is crazy. You know, it's really fun, especially like driving through Texas is great. Driving through Texas and random stores that you find on your drive through Texas is so much fun. It really is. But I really do enjoy that. But I also like driving. Driving is a therapeutic for me since I don't party and I don't drink and smoke and do all that shit. So when I drive, it kind of is very therapeutic for me. So Jeremy, have you been to the is it HEB or Heb grocery, Jeremy? One time I've been to one of those. I can't remember where I was. One time. Become a trucker. I mean, I had a CDL license. I had a CDL license a long time ago. It expired. So, I mean, I don't need it now, so there's no need to have it, but I did have a CDL. Jeremy is OG Spy Hunter. I love OG Spy Hunter. They're in Texas. Is that where they are? Okay. Traveling by car makes you independent. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're not relying upon anyone or anything. So, I mean, I've one time I drove from, one time I drove from Florida to Los Angeles in one run. I mean, it's been so long. This is back when I first started doing YouTube. So I think that it took me like 35 hours. And I did, when I say I didn't stop, I clearly stopped a few times to, you know, stretch my legs and walk and just kind of, you know, I could spend 35 straight hours in the car with just stopping to get gas and eating. But yeah, it was about 35 hours is how long it took me with like stopping and stretching and all of that crap. So it was fun. It was fun. But the thing was, and I have no idea where the stream is now, but once I got to California, once I got to Los Angeles, I got into my hotel room and I couldn't sleep. So I went live. I probably looked like death at the time. It's on the Geeks and Gamers channel. I have no idea where it's at, but I went live as soon as I got in my hotel room because I just couldn't. I couldn't sleep. I was too wired. Jordan says Florida to LA in one run. That's called meth. Sipping on Simpcast says Oklahoma, Texas should be on your bucket list. I've been through Oklahoma. I've never spent any time in Oklahoma. But Oklahoma, Texas game is obviously one of the highlights of the college football season. Andrew 30 says Trump, stop. Putin, okay. Trump, great. Now let's play some Fortnite for about an hour. Putin, LFG. Get those gone. Good old Florida man fuel. Are you coming to the SpaceCon meetup? I don't know. I haven't been traveling as much lately because of the family stuff going on. So it's been kind of tough to get away for like stuff like that. I'm having to build like I don't have the flexibility to build traveling out based on those those set schedules. My traveling is based upon the flexibility of like the health stuff going on with my family. So but that's been my struggle the last year plus is just, dealing with all that stuff. The politician AI games videos were great. They were great. Putin checks out the Switch 2 with Trump. He couldn't get over there in Russia. Trump brings a Switch 2 to the meeting. He's like, look at here, Vladimir. Got a Switch 2. They're playing Drag Drive. Oh my gosh. That's freaking great. What SEC cities have I been to? I mean, I've only been to Tuscaloosa, I think, in terms of like SEC cities for games. I've always wanted to go to Death Valley. I would love to go to a night game in Death Valley. I've always wanted to go there. I mean, I've been now. If you're talking about for games, if you're talking about like, I mean, I've obviously been to several cities in the Southeastern Conference. Like, within, like Auburn. I've been to several stadiums just to visit them, but in terms of games, I've only been to Tuscaloosa for games. Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide. Almost went to Gainesville for a game, but I didn't. Because if you're like, it's a distant second, but my second favorite team would be the Florida Gators. But it's a distant second because I'm an Alabama fan. Mario Kart for peace. What's interesting is if Vladimir Putin and Trump played Mario Kart during their meeting, they may actually end up going to war afterwards because Mario Kart would actually probably make things worse for them when it's all said and done. That's probably what would happen. So it would start a new war. What type of Bama fan roots for Florida? Well, I don't root for Florida unless it's if they're going against Alabama. But I SEC fans, we have conference pride, so I pull for almost any SEC team. Now the SEC has changed a lot in recent years, so it's not the same. But the only SEC team I do not cheer for is Auburn. Fuck Auburn, forever and ever and ever. Auburn can go to hell. But that's just I have to. Like I it's in, like I said, when I was a kid, when I was aware of like football, my dad basically said, "Hey son, you're either a Bama fan or you can get the hell out of the house." I'm like, "Roll Tide, Dad." Good boy. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? I'm like 6. And you're basically saying you're either a Bama fan or you can get the fuck out. I'm like, Roll Tide. I mean, what else am I supposed to say? So I'm putting a little salt and pepper on the story, but that's essentially the story. And then like I had a friend, like when when I got a little bit older, I had a friend, and like I brought my friend over, and my dad told him, he's like, don't, because he was an Auburn fan. And my dad was like, we're going to my granddad's house. He's like, do not talk about Auburn. Do not talk about Auburn at all. And my buddy was like, brought up fucking Auburn fucking football in front of my granddad, and it started a fucking war. I mean, he lost his mind. He's like, kick this fucker out of my house. Get him out. Fuck him. This guy's never, like, I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was awesome. So that's how it is growing up in Alabama. All right. 2 rules about growing up in Alabama back in my day. Okay. You can't be an Auburn fan and you can't be gay. Those are the only two rules. Okay? No Auburn fans, no gays. Simple as that. So, which is essentially the same thing. When you think about it, like Auburn fans and gay, it's essentially the same rule. It's the same thing. So, Daniel for 10 says Putin is showing Trump how good he is at battlefield by flying over a. Ever watch racing? I was a massive NASCAR fan back in the day. I was literally obsessed with NASCAR during the Earnhardt days. And then when Earnhardt died, I was a Tony Stewart fan. I stopped watching NASCAR. I don't know, man. Whenever Tony Stewart retired, I kind of just stopped, and it's gotten so bad with all the Bubba Wallace bullshit. But yeah, I used to be a huge NASCAR fan. I used to watch everything. I used to watch qualifying. I used to watch practice, final practice, happy hour, pre-race, post-race, watching speed. Speed Vision is what I think it used to be called first. Then it turned into Speed Channel, and then they changed it to something else. I watched a little bit of F1 back in the day. But I was mainly a NASCAR fan, but I did watch F1. Tony Stewart is now in the NHRA, and he's fucking crushing it because Tony Stewart's probably the single greatest, most talented driver to ever live. He can literally drive anything. He can drive anything, and he will win and be competitive in it. He's not the greatest NASCAR driver, but he's probably the greatest pure race car driver. Tony kills it on the track. He certainly does in more ways than one. Anthony says that Tony Stewart, Carl Edwards final race of 2011 was wild. Tied in points. Tony Stewart won on a tiebreaker. Tony finished first. Edward finished second in the race and in the points championship. That was crazy. And Stewart won. I think Stewart won 5 of the final 10 races to do that. Insane, man. Ever watch racing? I'm quite the racist. Tony doesn't get the credit he deserves. I don't think so either. I do think that the on-track incident that happened with that guy hurts his image in a lot of ways, but what are you going to do? Worst QB I ever saw play for Bama? Jesus. I mean, it's really a hard question because Saban's system was so good. I would probably have to go back to the pre-Saban days. I really liked Brody Croyle, but he was not good. But there was worse than Brody. I mean, there was much worse than Brody Croyle. So I'd have to think about that. But it would have to be pre-Saban days because Saban, even when he didn't have good quarterbacks, he made them look really good with his system. Is Jeremy 20 years old? I wish. I remember Heath Schuler. I absolutely do. Tony Stewart was always known as a short-tempered hothead. He was. Favorite NASCAR track you've been to? I mean, I've only been to a few, but I will never forget the first time I went to Talladega Superspeedway. I mean, Talladega is the biggest racetrack, 2.66 miles. Going to Talladega and witnessing a restrictor plate race for the first time. I never went to Bristol, though. I've always wanted to go to Bristol. Not now, but back in the day. I wanted to go to Bristol, but I never went to Bristol. But Talladega is just incredible. It really is. Darlington is another awesome one. Never been to the Brickyard. I have never been to a Daytona for a cup race, but I've been to Daytona. Jimmy Johnson is the GOAT. No, he's not. Jimmy Johnson's not the GOAT. I don't hate Jimmy Johnson, but he is not the GOAT. That's just not true. Jimmy Johnson was, I hate to say it, he's a product of a system, bro. He just was and it was a great system. Him and Chad Canals had an unbelievable pairing. But Jimmy Johnson's not a better race car driver than Dale Earnhardt. He's not a better race car driver than Cale Yarborough. He's not a better race car driver than Tony Stewart. He's not better than Jeff Gordon. He's just not. Jimmy was great on the track, but not popular with fans. Yeah, he won a lot, so not better than Richard Petty. Better season, Cam Newton in 2010 or Tebow in 2008. I've always said that Tim Tebow is the greatest college football player I've ever seen, but Cam Newton's 2010 is the greatest season that I've ever seen. Cam Newton did more with less, and he won the national championship. He beat Alabama. He came back against Alabama after being down big time at halftime. Cam Newton's 2010 is the greatest season of college football ever. So, and I was not a Cam Newton fan, but that's the greatest individual season in college football history. And I don't think it's even close, actually. I know people say Joe Burrow had a really good one, but Cam Newton's season was insane. But Tebow's the best college football player I've ever seen, and his numbers back it up. I don't care what the media narrative is about him. Manziel was great, but he can't claim that he can't claim he was better season than Cam, and he's definitely not a better career than Tebow. What's happening? We are waiting. I'm just kind of bullshitting with the chat while we're waiting for this press conference to start. So, Lynn Jen says, I'm 30-ish minutes from Bristol. If you ever come to it, I say come to Bristol in the lights. Yes, nighttime at Bristol. You get to drive your car on the track with Christmas lights all over it. Really? That's actually cool as hell. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've always wanted to go to Bristol. Just current NASCAR sucks. I mean, I just, like I'm a fan of Kyle Busch, but he's not the same Kyle Busch as he used to be. I still, I like Kyle Busch though. Somebody says Zelensky wasn't invited. Well, and this is breaking news on Cobra Cast. I don't know if a lot of people reported this, but Zelensky actually was invited. It's true. Zelensky was invited, but he didn't meet the height requirement. So they had to cancel. I'm just telling you what I heard. I can't confirm for sure, but Zelensky was invited, but he did not meet the height requirement. So therefore they had to cancel it. It's the same thing that happened. Zelensky, President Trump and Governor DeSantis set up a trip to Disney World for Zelensky. And Zelensky really wanted to ride the Peter Pan ride. But again, he didn't meet the height requirement for the Peter Pan ride, so couldn't get on. Let's see here. Sipping on Simpcast says, how's Gainesville going when OU play? How's Gainesville going when OU plays in the future? What do you mean, how's it going? How about going? Might be open to that. I might be open to that. Muller Ram for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Carrie Malone says Henry Ruggs was a great Alabama wide receiver, but got the wrong idea from the Raiders when they asked him to be a speed threat. Oof. Yeah, that's a sad situation right there, man. Sad situation, but he did it to himself. Bubbo Yogi says you need a second Meta PC code 199 to play placeholder for CobraCast when F&T is on. Jeremy would be more fun. Mod Lives Matter, Chat Lives Matter. Hail 199, ban Dan Bask. Okay. I'm not against running a Jeremy stream up against F&T in a few weeks if you guys really want to see it. But I better make some grift off of it. So I'll be on F&T, but I'll run a Jeremy stream. I'm not against that. I'm not against it. Nas says, Oregon fan checking in. Fuck Scam Newton. Hey, I respect it. I'm not a Cam Newton fan at all. Jacob says, in your house, roll tide means a lot of different things. Dorian says, been to Bristol in the light several times. My in-laws live in Bristol, and we visit them every year. I bet it's a hell of an experience, man. I bet it's awesome. I really do. Bad boy Bubby says, I hope you realize this summit could go on for 4 or 5 hours. The longer it goes, the better it will be. I agree completely, and I'm here. We're hanging out. We're here. It's going to be fun. Raggedy Man for 20 gifted memberships. Bro is grifting on his phone, talking about this guy here. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Yeah, I mean, we're just making it a random stream about whatever at this point. So while we're wasting time waiting for everything to happen, and again, regardless of how long this takes, this is a good thing right now. This is a good thing. Okay, this is like Hillary Clinton praising the Trump administration on 2 recent moves. She's guilty as fuck, and she's scared. That's what's going on now. 100%. Hillary Clinton is scared as hell. There's no other reason she's doing this. And Trump is the type of person that will absolutely back down if she praises him. That's how he is. So I want to hear what she has to say.
I actually was encouraged by the events of the last several months. First of all, the NATO commitment by individual member states to increase their defense spending is very welcome. It's something that prior administrations have certainly sought, and I think it's great that we are seeing these commitments that now have to be followed through on. The willingness of European countries to support Ukraine, and by doing so, buy American weapons in order to provide them to the Ukrainians. I think all of that is a very good signal that there is beginning to be a better understanding, both by the president and the people around him, as well as by the leaders of our European allies, that there can be common ground amongst us. And the kind of dismissiveness that we saw in the first Trump administration has been replaced by a much more obvious working relationship to the good of European security, transatlantic security.
She is full of shit. I think she's scared. I think she's absolutely scared.
Security and hopefully Ukrainian security. So I'm actually encouraged.
Oh yeah, she's 100% scared to death. She's scared to death. And as you heard the clip, Trump's like, maybe I'll start liking her again if she's complimenting me. Yep. She's very, very scared. That just shows me that the everything that the Trump administration has been doing and all the moves they've been making an impact. Thank God this meeting with Putin in Alaska is happening with Trump and not Biden. Biden would have accidentally agreed to give Alaska back to Russia or something. That is true. That is true. Trump, Putin, Alaska talks surpass 1 hour. 1 hour. So there you have it right there. I'm just looking at my feed right now. Rubio greets Putin right here. No audio. There you have it. Marco Rubio. Scroll up. This is AI, guys. It's AI. It's not even real. Look at that. It's AI. So, I mean, it's nice, but it's AI. So, okay. So? Somebody said so. You know what? Hey, listen. You guys been hanging out. We got a lot of super chats, okay? You know what? You deserve this. You deserve this, chat. Okay? There you go. Anna Paulina Luna. All right? You deserve this, chat. We all deserve this. Yep. I respect her. I respect her. Jackson Cagle says, Bucko 5. Hail. Thank you. Simpin on Simpcast says, Gainesville as a city. OU 1999 or 1999 season. Little Jim's Halo says, did you see the UK female cop arrest men for a cat call? I didn't. I did not see that. I'll have to check that out. Versus 2000 becomes a new member. Thank you so much. Man, this is taking a while. Dave Rubin says, ooh, to Anna Paulina Lunas. Oh, man. All right. Do you guys, so we're waiting for this. So while we're waiting, I've got to go get a refill because I'm out. I'm out of water. I'm out. Nothing left. All right. So do you want Jeremy? Do you want an intro? Like, do you want the Trump intro? Like, what do you want? What? Tell me what I got to do here, okay? Do you want Jeremy? Jeremy will hold it down. Okay. She's grifting too. Yeah, we all are. We all do a little grifting. All right. Jeremy will hold it down. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I don't know if I'm muted, so give me a minute. All right, you guys miss me? There we go. All right. Now, I'm assuming you guys didn't send any super chats, so that's cool. So I don't have anything to catch up on. Holy shit. Chris for 20 says, yay, Jeremy. Are we not entertained? Benjamin says, Jeremy superior, Jeremy inferior. Sipping on Simpcast says, Geeks and Gamers crew, Jay's friends, along with Chrissy Mayer Simpcast friends, doing a speed dating stream. Each person goes on a date. Sullivan Felix says, with Jeremy, we finally have a straight host. Babo Yogi says, Jeremy, he's gone. Run, away, escape. Sleepies with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Nas says, hey, when did Jeremy leave? I was distracted by watching The Reporter. Sleepy says, I agree with Jeremy for 10. Babo Yogi says, Jeremy, good to see you again, bro. Philip Beller says, Hillary's that snake Trump took in She Bites. 100%. Jordan says, Trump, yo, Vlad, do you like good jeans? Vlad, sure, Trump. You got to check these puppies out. Muller Rab says, I like this Jeremy guy better than the streamer. Marlon Sebo says, Jeremy is the strong, silent type. Jackson with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. You guys are insane, man. The comedy. I had the chat open. I was watching you guys. I was watching what you guys were saying. I was like, they're just roasting me, and they're talking about how great Jeremy is. Stupid. It's so freaking good, man. I love this. I love this little corner of the internet, man. Wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. All right. Oh my God, hurry up. Okay, we're gonna pull this feed up right here.
Putin.
Here we go.
The Russians not signaling any willingness to budge on Putin's pursuit of war, instead characterizing the Alaska summit as a chance to explain Russia's worldview.
We know that we have arguments and we have clear position. We will explain it. A lot has already been done during the visits of Stephen Witkoff.
But President Trump says he won't be satisfied with anything less than a ceasefire and is ready to address journalists solo and send Putin home if he doesn't get what he wants.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
Russia brought along hundreds of businessmen hoping to capitalize on a renewed U.S.-Russia relationship. Some say a sign Putin wants to make this summit about anything other than peace. President Trump sees it as a good thing, especially as he holds biting secondary sanctions in his back pocket.
We have the hottest country, and he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite.
Meantime, Europe is watching. Analysts say Putin cannot be trusted to keep any deal, and security guarantees will be key to any post-war picture. Trump says U.S. support for that is on the table. Trump's main goal is to set the stage for a second summit that would include Ukrainian President Zelensky, where the two sides can get to those issues that Trump says he won't touch today, like land swaps. But Zelensky has set a prerequisite for that at a ceasefire. Brett.
Jackie Heinrich, just across the base here in Anchorage. Jackie, thank you. Now, here's my interview with President Trump, recorded on Air Force One during the trip here from Washington, a trip that started early this morning at Joint Base Andrews.
Okay, President just boarded Air Force One. We're getting ready to go on. We'll be on the flight for 6 hours. We'll do the interview on there, and then we'll see you at Special Report in Anchorage on the other side.
Soon after takeoff, President Trump decided to gaggle with pool reporters.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe, yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
You like doing those things?
It's almost like a competition. It's like winning at golf. You know, they're coming in. Every question is a kill. They hope you're going to make a mistake. They're looking, and they had a field day with Biden. That's why he didn't do it.
But you're making any news there?
I don't think so. Nothing. I always go out. I say, is there breaking news? In other words, when I leave, if there's breaking news, that's a bad thing. That means they got me on something. Let's go.
After you.
He's a good golfer, everybody.
We started after a short break for a call with a world leader in the president's office on board. You just had me in the office here, and you had a phone call with the leader from Belarus, Lukashenko, and you talked about this meeting. Can I ask you what he told you about the possibilities?
Well, I really called him to thank him. He released 16 prisoners, and it was a very nice thing. They've been trying to get these 16 people out for a long time. Biden was obviously unable to do it. Even other countries, because it's not just Americans. And he was great. He let them out, and I just called to thank him. And believe it or not, there's about 1,300 more, and I think he'll let them out too at some point in the very near future.
And what about his thoughts about this meeting that you're going to in Alaska?
He was very positive about it. He's friends with President Putin, as you know, very, very close neighbors, and they work together. And he thinks that President Putin wants to make a deal. He wants to stop this horrible killing. He mentioned it himself. He said it's a horrible situation. And he said he has great respect for me and for the country, but he didn't have a lot of respect for our country under a certain different leader. And I can understand that because nobody else did either.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life, I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
But don't you sense that Putin comes to this table maybe in an economic pinch, and that maybe the things you've already done have put him in an economic pitch? Is there an economic side to this, as Russia hoping to open up to the world?
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil. China, as you know, is doing a lot. And others, I have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
He's coming, though, with the thought that maybe there's going to be a deal on the economy. He's coming with businessmen and...
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of people. Over 500 people are coming. A lot of them are businessmen. And what they really would like to do is, look, we built in a short period of time the greatest economy ever. I had the 4 greatest years ever as an economy, and this is going to blow it away. We're doing well. We were a dead country. And I say this often. I'll say it loud and clear. We were a dead country a year ago, a dead country, not respected by anybody. We had inflation at levels that we had never had before. They say 48 years. I say it was worse than ever before.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine, but I can certainly set the table to negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelensky and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on doing our country, but I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it, and that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare, and then nuclear powers and so many others. And,
Well, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda. In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. I will say this. This is an important meeting. The second meeting potentially is more important. It could be more finality. It's not for me to negotiate for Ukraine, but I think I have a pretty good idea what they'd like to see and what's good and what's not good. But more importantly than the deals and all of the things we've been talking about in their lives, they've lost right now 5,000 to 7,000. They're losing a week, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukraine soldiers. Think of this. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing on average 5,000. Last week, they lost 7,011 soldiers and some other people where bombs were lobbed into Kiev and other places. It's something that has to stop. And I'll tell you what, if I didn't win this election and if I wasn't doing this, you right now could be in a third world war. That was heading to a third world war, you know.
You've said before that we got a lot of BS thrown at us by Putin. What is it about an in-person meeting that makes you think he's not going to, in your words, give you BS? I mean, how are you going to trust him because you can look across the table at him?
Well, look, I've known him very well. I had a very good relationship despite the Russia hoax. It was a hoax. And that really made the relationship much harder. But I had a good relationship with him. We had no problems. We had, country that we were getting along. We were doing fine. We have tremendous potential. Russia has very valuable land. We have tremendous potential to have a great relationship, a great business relationship. But we couldn't do it because of the crooked, demented people that created the phony Russia. And I told him, I said, Vladimir, there's no way we're going to make a deal. You know that. He said, well, I think it's going to be tough. I said, no, not tough. It's impossible because I have wise guys that created a phony deal. And until that settled up, that was the hoax, the big hoax, one of the greatest hoax. I think we have a lot of others that we can talk about, all by the same group of very, very bad Americans. I'm going to be nice when I say it that way. But we have a potential to do some very good things at this meeting. One of the things I think we'll discuss, and again, it's about Ukraine, but we have nuclear treaties to discuss. We have a lot of things to discuss that normally would be something that would come naturally, but it's not so natural now because of Ukraine.
You had Steve Witkoff go talk to Vladimir Putin, so there has to be some sense that you have going into this that you're going to have something, because otherwise, you said you'd go in and look him across the table and be able to say in the first 2 minutes whether it was going to happen or not.
I'll be able to tell very quickly whether or not this will be a good meeting. A good meeting really is more, in my opinion, scheduled to be the second meeting, but I won't be happy about that. I'm not looking to waste a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money doing this. I want to get it done, and I want to really stop them this week, not next week. So we're going to have a second meeting. Now, it could be that if this meeting's bad enough, that I'm gone.
1986, Reagan walks away from Reykjavik with Gorbachev, and it was a strong moment. I mean, you could foresee if it goes down a bad path, you get up and walk away.
I'm not doing it based on history, based on anything else. I'm doing it based on a deal. If we make a deal, great. If I see that there's no hope of making a deal, I'm out of there. It's over. I'm out of there. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up, just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is Biden's war, too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years. It didn't happen. And I understand Putin. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. There was no way he was going to move on it. I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient. And China is very patient. Said, well, that's up to you. But it better not happen now.
These guys, both Xi and Putin, have said things before that they didn't live up to, or they did other things. And, when you were campaigning, you said, we can solve this right away, 24 hours. You got into it. You've explained it's much more complex. It's tougher, right?
So I thought this would be, I settled 6 wars recently, like Congo was going on. This was with Rwanda, was going on for 31 years, and I got it settled. We have a case with, take a look at Cambodia, take a look at so many. And the most difficult ones turned out to be easy. The easiest one, which should be this one, turned out to be the toughest.
And that's because of Putin?
Well, it's because of a lot of things. It's because of personalities that don't get along very well. I mean, President Zelensky and President Putin did not get along. Again, I inherited this. I came in, I got very angry at people yesterday. I came in and I said, what the hell? I inherited this mess. I inherited a mess from Biden with the economy, with inflation, with high taxes, with so many other things.
You've said that there could be very severe consequences if Putin doesn't do a ceasefire, if this falls apart. But you've also in the past said that sanctions you don't think really affect Russia because he's gotten around them before. What does severe look like?
Severe. Let me just tell you one other one. Cambodia, Thailand. It was starting. And I got it right at the beginning. But many people are dead right along the border. And I happened to be talking to one of the 2 parties, and I said, "Are you guys going to war again?" Because they've been fighting for, they said, 500 years. I said, "How long are you fighting?" Said, 500 years, on and off, right? I said, "This is not good." I got that one solved. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to have a meeting today. Hopefully it'll be good. If it's bad, if it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say, not going to be a deal. I'm out of here. And I go back to the United States and I preside over the economy that, wait till you see what's happening with all of this. We have trillions of dollars pouring in. Even people that were against tariffs only because they didn't understand tariffs, they didn't even know what a tariff was. You had economists that didn't even know what a tariff was. They're all my biggest fan now. They're also, you see it. We have an economy that's going to be the best ever, I think, in the history of our world.
When you land in Air Force One, it sends a different signal. It's a pretty good way to travel. And we're going to land in this base in Alaska that's going to have a lot of military equipment there on the ground. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I think people are going to be impressed, and I hope your cameras can look at it. It's a very big base, and it's got a lot of great equipment. We have F-22s. We have the B-2 bomber that everyone saw. How about that? 36 hours back and forth. Not a screw was loose. Not a plane went down, even from a mechanical standpoint. If you take a look at the last raid into Iran, it was the helicopters, Jimmy Carter. What a shame that was, that whole thing. And then they ended up taking our great patriots as prisoners. And it was the exact opposite. This was a flawless campaign.
And it sent a message to the world.
It sent a message, and that plane is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. But when you land, you'll see the B-2s. You'll see, I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22. You're going to see F-35s all over the place. It's a big base. You're going to see lots of equipment, and I hope your cameras can cover it because it will be very impressive.
Mr. President, thanks for the time. Thanks for the ride, and we'll talk to you on the way back. Just deplaned. We're in Alaska, Air Force One here on the ground. Just minutes before President Putin is scheduled to land, they rolled out the red carpet, literally the red carpet, and a number of B-2s and F-22s here in Alaska. All right, on the ground here, breaking tonight, just word now from the press room as you look there live, that the meeting has ended. After 3 hours,
All
the
right.
meeting is ended.
Let's
And we're
go.
hearing that the press conference may be imminent. You see the
Here we
backdrop
go.
there with the two podiums pursuing peace. They have called the press pool in
Business is about to pick up, boys.
base, and they are getting prepared for what seems like an imminent press conference. This is a lot sooner, about an hour and 10 minutes sooner than we thought. There was going to be some downtime. There was going to be a little bit of space in between these. This seems like they're doing this a little quicker. Jackie Heinrich's on her way over there. In the meantime, let's bring in our panel. Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman,
So there were initial reports that this could have lasted up to 6 or 7 hours, the meeting. So I know we were like, well, the longer it takes, the better it is, but I don't know if this actually did last as long as they initially anticipated. We don't know. We're going to find out here very soon. I have no idea what to expect.
maybe in about an hour and a half, maybe hour and 15 minutes. It seems like it's moving a little bit quicker now as they get reporters in place. Your thoughts about this? They clearly were behind closed doors for about 3 hours.
Well, I think the fact that they spent that much time together is a good thing. There's a lot of issues to discuss, and they were discussing them. And I think, this is very different, the way this president operates. He operates from the top down when he's doing negotiations. Usually it's a step-by-step process at lower staff levels to identify the issues and try to resolve them. And then when you bring in the principals, a lot of things have already been resolved as a result of that. But the president has enormous confidence in himself, in his ability to feel out an adversary or a counterpart and make.
Okay, so I have the first footage of what happened in the meeting. This is exclusive to CobraCast Unit 199. This is why we have the most super chats. This is exclusive footage from the meeting right here.
Let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards. Let me tell you, you don't have.
So there you have it right there. There is the exclusive footage from within the meeting. You have that first here on CobraCast. So there you have it. Mike S for 5 says, piggybacking off the Simpcast comment, have Ryan go undercover with the body cam to do speed dating in the inner city. Here's the thing, and I'm not kidding. Okay. With the, if I get the budget, the amount of insane content that I could do for geeksandgamers.com is crazy. Like, I could get some insane content, but I got to have the budget. Alan Tenisa says about the comment YouTube earlier, censorship. Okay, I got you, Alan. My bad. Simpinel Simpcast says auction dates with Geeks and Gamers crew members for money. I'd do it. Philip Butler says Europe wanted regime changed.
Included the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce, the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and also the Defense Secretary. That had not yet happened. As far as we were told, the president was still in that 3-on-3 meeting that included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, and then also on the Russian side with Putin, Lavrov, and a foreign policy aide. And we were told by the president that if things were not going well, he was going to call this off, send Putin home, and address the press alone. So, of course, when we were hurried into our seats, we were watching the stage to see if a second podium came down. It has not. And we had a gentleman come out and just do a sound check in Russian at the second podium. So we expect to see both leaders here. But of course, it is in advance of the timeline that we were expecting, which just might be a signal that the president got through the items that he cared to talk about and maybe was not going to entertain the long list of other things that Russia had on its mind, namely economic partnerships and different agreements where the U.S.-Russia relationship could move forward. The president has made pretty clear that his main objective today is to get a ceasefire so that a second meeting can be set up, because Ukraine has made clear that a prerequisite for a second meeting is a ceasefire. And the president told reporters on Air Force One today he was not going to be happy if he didn't get that. So we expect to hear from them soon, but this was a very quick movement, and it appears that the agenda was switched up a little bit, Brett.
All right, Jackie, we're going to let you get in the position there to take some questions or ask some questions. I think that the indication that the Russian was being tested on the other microphone is a good sign that both leaders will probably be there. Joining me here on base is Republican Senator Dan Sullivan from Alaska. Senator, thank you for being here. This is your home space.
Welcome to Alaska.
Thank you. Your thoughts first on this day, the imagery, and
I knew when he said get into position, I knew the chat was going to go somewhere with that one. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I know how the internet is. I knew when he said for her to get into position, I knew the chat was going to be like, get into position, you say.
Sanctions. There's no doubt that he would not have come here without the threat of sanctions. We know that. The European leaders have said that. You see it by unleashing our military. You see it by unleashing our American energy. Our allies, the president has been working really closely with our allies at great.
Chat will not be denied. Absolutely. Never. The chat will never be denied. Won't happen. Southeastern Kaiju says, playing this much Hillary requires a Sydney Sweeney antidote, Jeremy, says Southeastern Kaiju. Hey, but you're right, but at least it was to make a point about all the other stuff that's going on. Hillary's lying big time. All right, so we're here. We're close. We'll see how soon this happens.
American power. President Trump is unleashing American power. And I think that's why Vladimir Putin is here.
You know, I saw a lot of coverage of this saying that just because he came to America, that maybe that was a sign that he was winning, Putin was winning.
All right, Kremlin says that President Putin will hold a joint press conference with President Trump shortly. So that is directly from the Kremlin. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right.
And into that yet because they want to control the situation. Is that fair?
I think the White House is working with our majority leader, Senator Thune and Lindsey Graham, closely on when to unleash that. But there's good cooperation between the White House and the Senate on that sanctions bill.
So when you look at this, getting ready to come out, the two leaders, what do you think, not knowing what they said behind the scenes, but heading in, they had to have some framework that they were looking for?
Yeah, look,
Thank you, Dark Schwartz Rising. Nothing like some Friday Trump action. Thank you.
Has been very
$20.
clear that this is a table-setting exercise with the threshold issue, a ceasefire. So whether or not they got the ceasefire or not, I think is going to be really important. I was actually pleased to see Secretary Hegseth here, the NATO commander, the Supreme Allied Commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, because if there's going to be a ceasefire, those are the experts you need to see how you would lock that down. But that's the important threshold issue, it seems to me, with the president. And then, then he talks about if it's not, we're going to have severe consequences. I think the fact that he's talking about severe consequences, I was on Air Force One right when the president landed to greet him. But, he talked about, hey, we will move to severe consequences, and maybe secondary sanctions on China could be coming if this isn't successful. So I hope the threshold issue of a ceasefire has been reached. And if that's the case, this is a very successful summit.
We're getting word now from the pool. It could be 5 minutes. The two leaders coming out. You'll see it obviously right here on Fox News Channel. Senator, thank you. Stand by if you would. Harold Ford Jr., I want to get you digesting that interview on Air Force One and what we're seeing right now.
First, congrats. The most consequential interviews at the most important times you always get. I thought the president was himself. He laid out, in many ways, the culmination of the backdrop of where we are. Here's a president who campaigned on being able to end this war. I give him great grace. He said he could end it immediately. Here he is now, just less than 9 months into his administration. And we're about to I believe, as General Keane said, here's something very positive. I think Senator Sullivan saying the same thing. I think the audience that will be most intent and most closely listening to this evening, Brett, will be the Ukrainians. They're obviously are not there tonight. Mr. Lozinski is their channel through President Trump. And you have to think something positive, something meaningful. It's unclear to me, it's going to be said tonight, it's unclear to me if President Trump has been able to mute or lessen the ambitions of President Putin, who, as we all know, seeks to reestablish and reassert the geographic footprint that the USSR, Soviet Union had back in my 20s, even before I got to Congress. So I'm hopeful this evening, largely because of what you said a few minutes ago. You have a young man up there practicing in Russian on one of those microphones. So hopefully this is something this evening that the Ukrainians accept and welcome and the world embraces in a mighty way.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the delegation from the U.S. is practicing the Russian, so I think that might be a sign. And they also still have two podiums up there. Trey Gowdy, your thoughts on this day, the interview, the moment?
Yeah, Brett, I can tell you that what the president just told you on worldwide television is exactly what he says at a breakfast table a week ago. He is tired of the killing. That is a genuine, deeply held conviction that he has. He thinks war is awful. It is sometimes necessary, but the body count, he never fails to mention the carnage of this war. So I think there's no chance there's not a ceasefire coming out of this, or at a minimum an agreement for a second meeting, or you wouldn't see two podiums, because Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about land swaps. He don't want to talk about the 20,000 children that the Russians took. He wants a ceasefire first. And if that condition precedent's not met, then I can tell you India, Brazil, and China better be on the lookout, because secondary sanctions are coming.
Chat is the fucking MVP, man. Absolutely hilarious.
That the Russians are characterizing the meetings as going, quote, very well. So we will hear from the leaders themselves. General Keane, we are not hearing, as mentioned, from the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. I did go to the front lines to interview President Zelensky about the war as he was trying to get Congress to stay engaged. He was also sending a message to Putin in that interview. Here's just a piece of it.
And Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle. Otherwise, I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right.
I've actually interviewed President Zelensky a number of times. That was after his contentious Oval Office meeting with President Trump and Vice President Vance, about a year later, but we were on the front lines before that. General Keane, as the Ukrainians watch this moment and the two podiums, what do you think is going through their minds?
Yeah, they're probably saying a lot of prayers, frankly. When it comes to President Zelensky, he's always wanted to meet with Putin, and Putin's never wanted to meet with him. And I believe, in the early stages of this so-called summit, there was some thought that the three leaders would meet together. But Putin did not want Zelensky participating in the initial meeting. Trump did not insist on it, because he still felt an in-person meeting with him and Putin, following on to the several phone calls they had, would be an important ingredient, and there was value in it. And it certainly wasn't worth losing everything over that. And he certainly deferred all the substance of what would
All right, yeah, nobody wants to hear this guy make excuses for Zelensky, but the White House now has gone live, and they have their "We will begin shortly" banner up. So we are very, very close now. The press conference between President Trump and President Putin is about to happen here live from Alaska. They just finished their talks. A little over 3 hours. They had a meeting. And now there's a lot of anticipation as to what is this going to bring? What's going to be the announcement? I think that there's probably some positivity from the fact that Trump is going to take part in the press conference, that means that there's probably something good to announce. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a full-on, peace treaty or whatever. There could be an announcement for Trump and Putin and Zelensky to have a joint meeting together. So we're waiting.
Part of the complication, remember in the campaign, he said, listen, I think I can solve this in 24 hours. And I confronted him about that in the interview. He said it's complex, and he thought this was going to be fairly easy as far as the list of things and wars that he has helped bring an end to or a peace to. But he said the two leaders really hate each other, and that is physical. And back to the front lines, when I interviewed Volodymyr Zelensky, he talked about that, and maybe that there should be regime change in Russia. Take a listen.
When you think about Putin, you say you want to defeat him militarily. Do you think there's ever any chance of a regime change in Russia based on people there?
I think, and it will be so. I think so that it's not only militarily him. When you push, his positions are weak. When you push on the battlefield, you will lose a lot of people and a lot of time, much time, the long war. That's why it's more smart, of course, to decide this question diplomatically.
Don't care.
President Zelensky there, Senator Sullivan, there has been some thought on Capitol Hill that, maybe he's not the right guy, Zelensky, maybe there's corruption, we've got to stop funding, but Congress had continued to fund. Yes. And this president had better meetings after that Oval Office meeting. At the Vatican, he had better phone calls. It seemed like he was in a better place heading into this moment.
I think he was in a much better place. And look, Brett, I think the president and his team need to be commended. As you know, high-level summits like this
Thank you,
are
Eric
risky
John.
for an administration. And as the president said, this isn't his war, but he's taken risks for
Not
peace.
a good
I think
idol.
what was really impressive so far
Thank you,
today
Kate. Still
is they
here.
came in with a good game plan. He laid it out in your interview, but they came in here showing strength, showing this great state of mind, Alaska, but the threat of sanctions was really the strength, our economy, our military, our American energy, which, by the way, the Russians really fear unleashing American energy in Alaska and across the country. And then he said, hey, ceasefire is our threshold issue. Hopefully Putin is serious about that. They're going to evaluate that. And then the next steps would be bringing in Zelensky, bringing in
Vladimir Putin's Russian delegation is now describing the meeting with Trump as excellent, saying it went very well. We might just be witnessing a landmark peace deal coming together. That's the reports we're getting. So right here, this is where I'm getting this from. So right there is that report, but we're going to find out for sure here in just a minute.
Side.
Again, that doesn't confirm anything. That's speculation based on the language from the Russian delegation. So we'll see.
For whatever's going to happen in the next few minutes in this news conference already.
There's no question. I heard that earlier in the day. And again, that's one of the reasons why I think there's
Preston Sparks says they got a bill to give Ukraine another $55 billion. If that goes through, I hope Russia beats their ass. Not another dime. MAGA. Aaron James for 20 says, I love the Snake Pit. Mod Lives Matter, especially that Jessica Lindstrom. Eric John Pizza Artist says, don't be rushing into things. Putin the cart before the horse. Also, isn't Zelensky the auto parts king? Kate says, well, crap, I broke off to go to HH and here you are still streaming. Eric K got that one. Darth Manic. Trey Gowdy looks like Kiadi Mundy. Cole Howler says, remember Zelensky idolized Justin Trudeau. Eric John Pizza Artist says, where's fish titties? Elydium X Game says, Zelensky, the only grifter in the world on par with Jeremy. Hail Unit 199.
With Mr. Witkoff, the conversations that he had obviously over the last few days, and hopefully that has helped to lay or pave the way rather for the kinds of things we're all hopeful that we're going to hear this evening.
You know, Harold is my friend, but I do not pay him for the book mentions, but I appreciate them dearly. General Keane, we talked earlier about the imagery of this moment and the fact that they walked out to the F-22s in between this red carpet and then the B-2 flyover as the two leaders look to the sky. And this is just weeks after B-2s went the 36 hours from Missouri to drop bombs on an Iranian nuclear facility. I mean, it's pretty heady stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed every minute of it, to be frank. Everyone, we're a fairly humble country, and, we don't pop our chests out too often. But, I mean, you're following on the heels of Lavrov showing up in a hotel with the emblem of the Soviet Union that collapsed on his chest, feeding chicken Kiev to the reporters, on the in-flight to Alaska, obviously sending a clear message. But them all landing and having to see our F-22 interceptors and B-2 bombers, that's some of the best technology that exists in the world. In the case of the B-2 bombers, nobody else has it. I enjoyed it. And it's certainly, if we were posturing with each other, we won that contest for sure.
Trey, we're just minutes away from this joint press conference, and we are told that Vladimir Putin is going to be there, as will President Trump. And we don't know how many questions they're going to take. There was a back and forth about whether it was going to be 4 questions. Try to keep President Trump to 4 questions. That is tough to do because he takes a lot of questions. We were trying to get Vladimir Putin on camera before he left. The plane's right over here, and we were positioned to do that. We've just been told that that's not going to happen because they moved up the press conference. But we aspire to interview President Putin on special report sometime soon. Your thoughts about where it goes from here, not knowing what we know from this news conference, and how optimistic people can be about the situation on the ground.
Well, Brett, it's not lost on me. Marco Rubio is his secretary.
Nobody cares, Trey. Nobody cares. But dude, listen, when we find out what happens and if Trump was able to land a peace deal, that freaking flyover will go down as one of the greatest, most Chad moments in the history of existence. Like, what an alpha move. That has got to be the greatest thing that's ever happened in a negotiation. What a freaking moment that was, dude. I don't care who you are. You have to appreciate this moment right here. I will show all of you if you missed it. Let me find it really quick. Trump just it's unbelievable how cool this is. All right. Look at this. All right. And Putin was like, the whole time, Putin could not stop looking. Talk about a tone setter, man. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen from a negotiation standpoint.
And energy. In whether in Alaska or Texas or North Dakota, this president is fully committed to that. Not ironically, as you know, the Biden administration, Obama administration, when they came up to Alaska, it was all about shutting us down. President Trump's about unleashing American energy. In that combination, and what the general was talking about earlier, look, I was right by Putin and the president when that flyover happened with the B-2s. And by the way, F-35 base, Alaskan F-35s here.
I left them out of the list. They were there.
They're doing a great job. By the way, we have over 100 fifth-generation fighters, F-22s and F-35s in Alaska. There's no place on the planet Earth that has that kind of fifth-gen combat fighter power right here. President Putin, when he went to the place where they were negotiated, went by about 25 more F-22s and F-35s. So they saw it. And it's the combination of the military, energy, our economy. And I will say, having that B-2 there after Operation Midnight Hammer, I got briefed by the young lieutenant colonels and majors who did that mission in Iran. Every American would be so proud of what our military has the capability to do. Putin saw that. Xi Jinping saw that. It's damn impressive.
You know, everything comes through a prism of politics, Harold, and, you know, Democrats, Republicans fighting for different things on Capitol Hill. When it comes to this, do you think it's a more bipartisan effort to look at what's happening today?
You know, I think this is one of those moments, and my great pal Trey Gowdy said that the president, if he's able to achieve what we're all hopeful for, some real possibility of a ceasefire and an opportunity for peace, that President Trump would not need an endorsement or a nomination slip from Secretary Hillary Clinton. I think even her saying what she said is an indication, Brett, that this is something that every American, and certainly we have to talk about partisanship and bipartisanship in D.C., where you would find any member of Congress or member of the Senate, Democrat or Republican, who would not be supportive, as Senator Sullivan has eloquently said, and into this effort and this war in Ukraine and Russia. And I think some of us who want the security guarantees and other things that go along with this, it'd be hard for a Democrat or Republican to be critical of this. And I think if anyone were to be, they would be so outside of the mainstream that they would risk ostracization from their own party. So I view this as, in the words of Washington, a true bipartisan moment if our anticipation turns out to be correct this evening.
General Keane, as we mentioned, the Trump-Putin meeting lasted about 3 hours. Steve Witkoff, the envoy, Middle East and Russian in this case, has entered the room, we're told.
Thank you, Harry
We are getting
James.
word that President Trump was on the phone with the Ukrainian leader and European leaders.
Thank you, David.
And he had said he wanted to call Zelensky right after this meeting was done and talk to Europe as well. We expect this joint news conference to happen in just a matter of moments, minutes. We'll see what exactly that looks like. General Keane, the tough part, the devil will be in the details. If you get to this second meeting, as we expect is going to be announced here, it really will be, you know, who's giving up what. We talk a lot about what Ukraine's giving up, but what is Putin giving up in, you know, the fact that he invaded another sovereign country?
Yeah, certainly. Well, if he accepts the ceasefire, obviously the offensive that he is currently conducting is going to stop. The air bombing that he's doing to break the will of the Ukrainian people in supporting their government is going to stop. And it's going to put on hold what his strategic goal is. It's not going to stop his strategic goal.
Greg continues to be one of the best accounts on Twitter with sarcasm. Can someone explain why Putin and Trump met all the way in Alaska when Washington, D.C. is literally on the way? So many people are not going to get that. So many people are be like, what?
But that is all a good thing, because the other thing that he will lose in this is Ukraine will have to have some security guarantees that the ceasefire is going to hold. And if it doesn't hold, what are the consequences for Russia if they violate the ceasefire, given they violated the Minsk 1 and 2 agreements and ceasefires, and every single ceasefire that he agreed to in Syria, he broke. And so that is the pattern, and there's no reason for us to conclude that pattern will not continue. It likely will continue. So the details here, Brett, are very critical.
Almost there.
What
I'm
are
almost
the guarantees for Ukraine if there is a ceasefire for Putin to be deterred from violating that ceasefire? And
Thank you,
then, if he does violate, despite those guarantees, what are the consequences? That are some of the key ingredients that President Zelensky will certainly be arguing for if we're going to the next phase. And I take it President Trump would likely support that. He's already said that he is interested in providing security guarantees for Ukraine going forward if there is a ceasefire.
Okay, we're going to take another listen at the goals of this meeting from my interview on Air Force One. Take a listen. Is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life, I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning. This is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
Yeah, maybe ever, Trey Gowdy. And that was sort of a warning on his way in. It seems like things are moving forward. We're starting to get some more people filing into the room. Your thoughts on, the next steps and, President Trump selling himself as a peacemaker, and this is the ultimate peacemaker move.
Brett, you can't get a killer to become a good person.
Thanks,
overnight,
Mad Cat.
maybe
Appreciate
not
it, man.
ever. So let's settle for getting them to stop killing. I mean, that's what I heard the president saying. Stop the carnage, then let's
Stop the carnage. Vault 95 says bailed on FNT for CobraCast. Best news coverage. Well, thank you. You don't have to bail on FNT. We love FNT. Hail to Friday Night Tights. Vlad says just watch Nobody 2. I come back and still no news on the meeting. I'm nervous. Movie was a solid 6.5. It sounds like we got good news, but we'll see. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Team Trump is rolling in now. So there you see Team Trump in the house. So we're getting real close. We're getting real close.
even if he doesn't get a ceasefire today.
Both delegations, let's take the press room full if we could. Both delegations have just walked in. We just saw Susie Wiles, the
Thank you,
White House
John.
Chief of Staff, as well as the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. As I mentioned, Steve Witkoff is in the room. Sergei Lavrov came into the room, the Russian foreign minister, who obviously created quite a stir here in Alaska, Senator Sullivan, by wearing.
I don't make my merch. I send it off to third-party fucking companies. So I'm not as rich as Tim Pool.
USSR, maybe playing some kind of psychological game as he walked in. There you see Secretary Rubio as well.
Well, Brett, I mean, one of the things I mentioned to the president, he was talking to you in your interview about deal making, and I said, and this can go for all the Russians. Another reason it's nice to have this in Alaska is to remind the Russians just what good negotiators we are, including our commander-in-chief. You know, last time Russia and the United States negotiated something involving Alaska, we got a deal for 2 cents an acre, $7.2 million for this great state of mine. I think most people would agree that was the deal of the century. And sometimes the Russians still get a little miffed about that.
As we wait here, this is former Defense Secretary William Cohen. Take a listen to this.
Hail legalized
President
adulthood.
Eisenhower said, if I have a problem I can't solve, I make it larger. What Putin is doing now, he's got a problem he can't solve, and that's overrun the entire country of Ukraine. So I'll make the problem bigger and tell President Trump and the world, hey, I'm a big, powerful, nuclear-armed country. So it's in the United States' interest to make these other deals with me.
Yeah, General Keane, they're deal making. They're clearly doing something that they're trying to figure out their economic situation, and they're trying to figure out how to get this to move on.
Here we go.
Let me interrupt.
Here we go.
Here
Shut up.
come the leaders.
Let's go.
Let me interrupt you, General. Let's go live to the room here. The two leaders, Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen,
Our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the US for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work. And this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation. However strange it may sound in these conditions, we have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow.
There is an agreement. We don't know
it's still
what
very
yet.
symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over literally from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate. And I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here. And I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So he's not going to take questions because he's got phone calls to make. So from what I understand, there has been an agreement made, but the agreement is going to have to be, dealt with NATO and Ukraine as well.
Saying he and President Trump have reached a, quote, understanding on Ukraine, and had a warning for European leaders not to torpedo the nascent progress. President Trump called the meeting excellent, said there would be more things to come. However, this joint news conference was anything but. It was not a news conference. There were no questions taken by either leader. There were.
So I mean the UN, yeah, my bad. But Trump, I'll be honest, Trump doesn't seem happy. He was smiling a little bit when they first got in there. Trump doesn't seem happy. Trump still seems to be in work mode.
European leaders apparently was premature. The president saying that he will make those calls momentarily and brief them about the inner workings. But we didn't hear the definite second meeting with President Zelensky, at least not yet. But you heard at the end, Vladimir Putin saying the next meeting is in Moscow. President Trump didn't agree to that specifically, but said maybe. We've had amazing coverage throughout the day for a special report and everyone who worked on this show for the Air Force One interview. Great job. I'm going to turn it over now to Brian Kilmeade, who's sitting in for Laura Ingraham and the Ingraham Angle. Brian.
Hey, Brett, quick question before you go. We had a press conference, we had an announcement, we had pleasantries between the two leaders, but we have no idea what they agreed on. He said we made progress, we had productive meetings, we agree on many points. I'm going to call our allies. Not saying anything's wrong with that, but am I correct? Is we have no idea what those points are that are agreed on?
We have zero idea.
Somebody says Jeremy watches Fox News. Yes, and you're watching me, so that means you're watching Fox News, you fucking retard.
We can shed some more light on what we know. We don't know much from that news conference. We had a lot of soliloquy from Vladimir Putin about here in Alaska, and that they had an excellent meeting. The Russians on Russian wire service called it exceptional, but didn't provide details. So I think there's a lot more to learn, and hopefully we'll hear from the U.S. president, but also the people.
Trump's not happy. Okay, that's ultimately my takeaway from it. Now, what's interesting is, so when Vladimir Putin was talking, he said that Trump is correct. If he was president, the war would have never happened. He also took shots at Joe Biden. So he essentially confirmed a lot of the stuff that Trump has already said. But Trump doesn't seem happy because as in Trump's words, until there's a deal, there isn't a deal. He says no deal until there's a deal is what he said. And but he said that they made some great progress today. But listen, man, for Donald Trump to be in that situation, in that moment, with that many people watching him, with that many cameras, with that much press, he knew that the eyes of the world were on him. And for him to cut that so quickly tells me he is pissed. I do not think he's happy at all. I think he's fired up right now.
Was him talk? He says he was talking to Zelensky, the rumor was, and our European allies. It seems to be by his comments now. He hasn't talked to them yet.
Exactly. And that's perhaps where this is. It's not the cart before the horse, and he wants to brief Zelensky and European leaders before it comes out. But I would stay tuned closely, because I think we're going to learn a lot in a short amount of time about what's behind this agreement that they spent 3+ hours talking about in a private room.
Right. And we don't know if they blew off lunch or not, but it was a long initial meeting. Bret Baier, thanks so much. Great job. Meanwhile, senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich is in the room on the ground where the press conference just took place at Joint Base Elmendorf. Jackie, I was surprised no questions. I was surprised no details on what progress was made.
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. We were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting. And the President Trump said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. I mean, we are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.
He always
Russia
does that.
relationship,
He always does that.
making some allusions to something that we didn't get many details on, but also without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seemed like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today. And when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the President Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now. And certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would.
I disagree with what she's saying completely, but this is the media doing what the media does. I think that Trump is in work mode. He's not in entertainer mode. He clearly is ready to get on the phone and handle business. He clearly made an agreement that, hey, Vladimir, you go out there, give your speech, give your statement. I'm going to make my statement to follow up. And that's it. And you can tell that he was not there to be the showman in that moment. He was there to make a statement, and he said, I've got to get on the phone and get to work. This is how you actually, get peace, by being a leader. And so that's exactly what Trump is doing. So Trump is clearly not in the mode to entertain. He's in the mode to get this done and pushed through. And that's the mindset that he's in. That's not really hard to understand. I do feel terrible, though, because as much as I criticize the media, I got to say, I feel so bad for the media that they had to put their earpieces in to get Vladimir Putin's translation. What a terrible situation for them. Oh my gosh. I hope they recover from this. I do. Thoughts and prayers to all the media that had to put their earpieces in because they had to hear the translation. Like, what a horrific situation. My goodness. How will they ever recover from this just horrific experience?
The military that are larger than the average salary for across the country. They're running out of people. They're running out of cash. No one will buy their debt. There are any number of data points that you could reference here. And so certainly the president holds all the cards. But there were some things that Putin said that are always cause for concern. When he references things like root causes,
I know.
It's always a reference back to his ultimate goal of taking all of Ukraine. And so we'll see, though, of course. We got more out of Putin than we did from President Trump. And I expect that we'll get the full picture when he talks to Sean Hannity. Very, very grateful that he is going to be giving the full readout here soon.
Jackie, you're about to get a flow of information, so I'm going to let you gather that. So I appreciate it.
So Trump's going to be on with Hannity? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about how little we know at this point?
Yeah, Brian, that was different for sure. Different than most of the pressers that President Trump has, where he's usually very straightforward and very forward-leaning and sharing all the things that he can. Clearly, he felt in this instance to deliver on behalf of America, the best thing to do was to be quiet. I don't think we should overread that. I would also urge everyone watching. I'm sure the Russians are already out with a series of statements. They'll come out with more. Pay little attention to what they actually say. What we ought to all focus on is what they do in the coming hours. Will there be missiles flying tonight in Ukraine? Will the Russians continue their advance? What will the Ukrainians do on the ground? I'm sure President Zelensky will get the briefing from President Trump on what actually took place. But will we see a de facto ceasefire, at least for a little while they try to, I want to make sure I get President Trump's words right, to try and iron out some of the things that still remain to be figured out. But I agree, pretty non-transparent, much that we don't know.
Right.
That does suggest there are significant roadblocks along the way that remain.
Mr. Secretary, I didn't go to KGP school. I couldn't get in. It was probably the Russian language that stopped me. But it looks as though they've been listening to the president. If in 2022 I met with President Biden, he essentially said, and I said it doesn't have to come to a war. We don't need these hostilities. But he didn't seem to care, so we had a war. So blame President Biden for that. And he also went on to say there wouldn't have been a war if President Trump had been president. That's exactly what President Trump feels. Also, they went out of their way, even before the summit, to establish in the past how America worked together in World War II, putting roses on your monument, symbolizing U.S.'s role in defeating Nazi Germany. He also went out of his way to talk about this has been the lowest point in the Cold War, but we have so much in common. Look, we're neighbors. You want to read into that a little bit?
Only this, Brian. Putin gets the joke, right? He is trying diligently to snuggle up to President Trump. He knows that President Trump holds all the cards that can bring his nation to near ruin. That, by the way, that read of World War II, I've heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov so many times, it's laughable. No need to recount the history, but they were not good actors in the aftermath of World War II, to say the least.
Thank you, David.
The Soviet Union
Sorry, just trying to
destroyed
list all this.
and did so little for its own people. He also defended the Christian church. I mean, it's really quite laughable as well. But he hit all the notes he thought would matter. I think that is a misread in some ways. President Trump, while he said we have a great relationship, has been incredibly tough with respect to Russia, far more capable of deterring Vladimir Putin than Joe Biden or Barack Obama ever could. I don't suspect that what happened today or what Putin could say in some laudatory statement is going to change that, Brian.
Mr. Secretary, I just want to bring it to the one point. You know that you had a long 3 or 4 page speech from Vladimir Putin with the translator ready to go. The president, probably with a Sharpie, had a few comments and then said this of significance. Let's listen.
We had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
So, you know President Trump, you know his body language. What are your thoughts about what he means?
I think there's still significant sticking points along the way. They may have identified interests that they can work their way through, perhaps on economic matters and the like, but it sounds to me like sort of the central issue, the thing that we've all been talking about for the days leading up to this, Vladimir Putin's willingness to conduct a ceasefire with no conditions so that they can get to the table and discuss a formal resolution of the conflict. It doesn't sound like Putin showed up today ready to concede that core point.
Could you imagine if Trump ends up going to Moscow? Like, I take that as a huge sign of respect that Vladimir Putin invited President Trump to Moscow. If Trump goes to Moscow, holy shit. That would break the brains. That would break the brains of all of these leftists.
In terms of there being another meeting, he had said if there was no progress, he would not concede to that point. Sounds like he at least made enough progress to believe that let the teams get back together to try and suss through this. But let's watch not only what is said in the coming hours and even days, but what actions are taken. Does Vladimir Putin continue to steal Ukrainian kids and take them back to Russia? Does he continue to fight along the Donbass and Luhansk lines of contact?
Shut the fuck up, Pompeo. Like, there's Vladimir Putin. Like, you act like he's like that Zelensky's perfect in this situation. Like, I can't stand when, like, I don't care who's right and who's wrong. Like, they're both wrong. It takes two to be in the situation. Like, fuck Pompeo.
Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
I think that caught him by surprise. Your thoughts?
Yeah, probably so. I'm sure President Putin would like to show up with the remaining fighters that he can still fly, and the Russian bombers, just as the Americans flew over the meeting today. Putin would probably like to return that favor and have a home and away game. I think President Trump will be pretty smart about where the venue for the next meeting, and I think it'll be important that President Zelensky be at that meeting as well. I'd be very surprised if President Zelensky, Trump, and Putin all met in Moscow. That would surprise me quite a bit. Who knows?
And a lot of people are going to talk about this. Jackie Heinrich points out, in tradition would have it, usually the home team gets to speak first. Vladimir Putin spoke first. But with the president's unorthodox way of approaching everything about the presidency, I would not look into that at all. Those type of things don't bother President Trump. Correct?
No.
Diplomatic niceties are not something that's going to offend him. I think also he likely wanted the last word. I know when I was in meetings like this and there was a readout, I always wanted to be the last one to clean up anything the other person may have said that didn't ring true to me. I imagine President Trump wanted to keep that prerogative so that if President Putin said something that he found either incorrect or needed to be fixed, he'd get that last word. He certainly got that today.
Mr. Secretary, check your text messages in your email. Let us know when you get some detail, and we'll have you just bump right in. Thanks so much for being our expert, and don't go too far.
So, crazy day, man. Absolutely crazy. We're at 5 hours for this stream right now. 5 hours. For the Emperor says, I don't like Putin, but he violated ceasefires each time NATO moved closer, not before. Try to hit a few of these. Chris says, here we go. In the words of Mario, let's hope it doesn't end like a number 2 Luigi. Samsung, I got that one. Thank you, Samsung. Legalized Adulthood says Trump won't be happy until the deal is done. He can't get the deal to be done until Zelensky asshat signs on and the EU gets on board. It's going to be a tough sell because both are captured by deep state. Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump, seriously, I mean, like, if you want to criticize anything about Trump on this, it's that he completely undersold how tough this was going to be. And he's admitted as much as you're going to get out of Trump anyway. He's completely undersold it, but he's doing everything he can, and he's the only person that can do it. David Phillips says, what would happen if Trump and Putin agree to a bilateral cooperation, stopping the war, normalizing relations, and bringing a lasting peace in the world? Just a thought. The Democrats and the mainstream would still spin it in a direction that makes it negative towards Trump. I mean, Trump could cure cancer, and they would find a reason. They would find something wrong with it. They just would. They would say he built the cure of cancer off of white supremacy, and we can't actually accept it because it's actually just going to strengthen white people. But ultimately, what I take away from this is that Trump is not, like, when I say he's not happy, I think he's definitely gotten this where he, at least in a good place where there is a discussion to be had. He didn't get what he wanted, but he definitely got more than, some of his lower expectations were. The ball is rolling. The discussion is happening. But now you have more players involved that he himself said he needs to get on the phone with them and discuss, so many other different things with other people. And I do think he's probably underselling where he says that there's a couple of small things and one kind of maybe significant thing that needs to be agreed upon. There's probably more significance to those agreements than he's going to let off publicly. And that's going to take a massive amount of negotiation from him. And that would be my takeaway from it, is that he's just not in the mood to talk to anybody except for the people that he needs to talk to in order to get this done. There's really no point to talk to the media right now because there's nothing to be talked about. There's nothing to be said. And I think that he's putting out the image that I got work to do. And that's really the focus right now. So that would be my takeaway from it. Let's see. Yogurt Fingers says Jeremy's takeaway is cope. Your name is Yogurt Fingers. Like, your name is Yogurt Fingers, which is not a bad name, to be clear. Your name is Yogurt Fingers, which is, what your mom calls my penis. Because she makes it really excited. But anyway, I've made a lot of money off of this, that's for sure. And do you want me to show you how much cope I have? That's how much cope I have right there. There's the cope I have. Look at me coping right now with my $3,200 in super chats and my 73 new members. How do you feel about that cope right there? I'm coping hard, brother. I'm coping real hard, okay? And all I did is sit here and laughed at memes and made a few comments. Go fuck yourself. So there you go. That was so bad. Dude, I am a sarcastic asshole. So let me see. Ignore trolls. I can't ignore trolls. It's the whole reason I make money. Roasting people and getting money out of it. I'll add to the cope, says Chad Layton. Thank you. Keep grifting. Thanks for streaming all this, Jeremy, says Aaron James. Thank you. I saw you laughing, man. That's rough, Jeremy. Joey says that's kind of cringe, bro. What's kind of cringe? Jeremy copes harder than Beardo coping with reading super chats. Yogurt Finger, did he leave? I hope he's still here. The entire chat is trolls. If Jeremy ignored the trolls, he would actually ignore the chat. That's true. Phil says, adding to the cope. Hail the 199. Thank you. I am always happy to cope. I love coping. Copecast 199. Jeremy drinks water, but trolls drink Coca-Cola. So look, Trump might go live again, or Trump may do an interview tonight. I don't know if I heard that right. If Trump's doing an interview, so I could go live again tonight. We'll just have to see. But right now, I think Trump is working. I would be shocked if he's on with Hannity, but again, that's what I feel like I heard. I feel like he said that he was going on with, or that who was it that somebody said on Fox News he might be going on with Hannity, but maybe I heard that wrong. I don't know. What about Rumble? Rumble's there. We love Rumble. We've made $214 on Rumble, so it's been a pretty good Copecast. It's a pretty good one, so I'm okay with that. It says it on the screen. Did it? I wasn't even looking at the screen. Did it say it? Stop watching Fox. I mean, the moment you tell me to stop doing something, I'm just going to do it more. So now I'm just going to continue to watch Fox. Like, don't ever fucking tell me to stop doing something because I'll fucking keep doing it. So now I'm just going to keep watching Fox just to spite you. Don't ever fucking tell me to do something because I will just do that thing to fucking piss you off. Fuck you. Oh, there it is. Bottom right corner. Okay. I wasn't even looking at that. So, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. So I guess it looks like we're going to go live again. I won't do it when he's live, but, I'll do it a little bit later. And we're specifically going to watch Fox News because that person told me to stop watching Fox. Laughing Man says it's in the lower right corner. I didn't know you were blind and muted. It happens. So, okay. So if we'll, it looks like we're going live again tonight to cover Trump's interview. So I guess I'll see you all here in a bit. I'm going to go eat. Okay. Baroness is hot. I agree, Jackson. I agree. But thank you guys so much. I can't wait to tune into Fox News just to piss people off. Wait a minute. Let's see. People like Jeremy and Benny are in a position to hugely influence this nation for the better. Instead, he's choosing to waste that opportunity. It's shameful. Fucking hate when Jeremy wastes these opportunities. I hate when Jeremy continues to do the very thing that got him into this place that he says, I'm so influential. I hate that Jeremy keeps doing the thing that got him to a place where I claim he's hugely influenced the nation, and yet he keeps doing the very thing that got him here. He needs to stop doing the thing that got him here. Do you want me to show up in a fucking suit and tie? Do you want me to stop fucking cussing? Do you want me to stop saying sarcastic shit? Well, I'm not going to fucking do it. I'm going to keep disappointing you. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. Southeastern Kaiju says, stop being gay. Zima says, keep watching Fox. What are you gonna do now? D-Day Copra, stop playing Battlefield 6. I really can't wait to play Battlefield 6 again. Coop says, stop showing Sydney Sweeney. I'll test this out. Stop being gay. Meme alert. Copecast 199. Kate says, thank you. Thank you, Phil. And thank you to everybody. I really appreciate it. Looks like me and my massive influence will be going live again tonight. So I will make sure to disappoint you all once again. So we will be tuning into Fox News, and I will be here to disappoint all of you. But thank you all so much. It's been a great stream. Should be fun to see how it all goes tonight. So yeah, I guess we're going to cover Trump's interview tonight. Probably won't be as long of a stream as this one since this is 5 hours, but thank you all so much. Appreciate you hanging out with me through this whole thing. I'm going to get some food and then we'll be back to stream some more and to cover Trump's interview with Sean Hannity, who I can't stand. I don't like Sean Hannity, but Trump does for some reason. So I guess we're just going to watch Sean Hannity. August says, I haven't caught anything Geeks and Gamers in a while because of my new busy schedule. I saw a clip earlier and I was what the fuck is that on Jeremy's head? Please cut it. Well, as I said earlier, if I continue to finish every month that I finish in the top 10 in the United States in Super Chats, I won't cut my hair. So as long as we finish in the top 10 in Super Chats, and I don't know what that could be, because again, like let's just go back to last month, okay? Just so we understand. Like I don't know how to put a dollar amount on that because it varies. So like last month in the United States of America, I don't know who this fucking person is, but they got $137,000 in Super Chats. They were number one. The Crucible got 42,000. I was number 7 at 27,000. So as long as I finish in the top 10, I can't cut my hair. I don't know what that number ends up being. You see, I Show Speed hit 25,000 last month, and we beat him. So I don't know who this person is, but they've deleted their videos. What are they? Who is this channel? They have 2 million subscribers. Can I go to their channel? Where's their videos at? They have 790 people watching them right now. And they 100. That sounds like bullshit. $137,000 in Super Chats in a month. That sounds crazy. That is insane. Andrew Wilson, I know Andrew Wilson does great. So I don't question Andrew Wilson. I don't know who this church person is. I know Lowell Cal does good. I don't know who this fucking person is. The Enforcer's been up here forever. I Show Speed. So Tim the Tap Man, Kirsha, Hypnotic. I don't know who Geeks and Gamers is. Sounds like somebody Zack Snyder would not want to be affiliated with, though. But yeah, so if we finish in the top 10, I cannot, every month that I finish in the top 10, I can't cut my hair. That's the rule. I didn't make it up. That's the rule. So we'll see how it goes. Thank you guys so very much. Really do appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good evening. I'll see you a little bit later for another stream for Trump's interview with Sean Hannity. And it'll be a very interesting one. So I'll see you guys then. Bye, everyone.